Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. I'm sorry. Depending on where you are in the country, in the world, and whether you're watching this on the replay or watching it live. It's much better live, so you really should watch it live if you can. Everybody's chiming in now. All the people from around the world. We've already had Einstein say hello from Nantes in France, and Ines Sierra. I can't say your name. I'm so sorry. I'm going to say Inya is probably how you're pronounced. Hi from Barcelona. Hello from Barcelona. Lovely, beautiful city. Amazing. If you're into art and culture, go to Barcelona at least once in your life because it's beautiful. And Frederick says hi. Not sure where Frederick is, but wherever you are, hi to you. And Bruce McGee as well, always with us. Thank you, Bruce, for joining us. And someone called Patrick. Just kidding. Patrick Prematan, very good MVP, good streamer. Follow him on Twitch. I'll put his Twitch stream and all the rest of it up later. And he says hello too. And Cape Cod Gunny, hi. Yes, with your wonderful app. If you're not sure what that is, I've got something on top there. If you're not sure about Cape Cod Gunny, just Google him because his app will come up. It's a very interesting app, actually, written in Delphi as well. He's told me before. And who else? Mike O'Brien, hello from Flora, Illinois, New Haven, Connecticut. And is trying to challenge my understanding of two-letter abbreviations for states. And now someone will just put a random one in, and I'll go, I've done the US citizenship test. I had to learn the states. It's part of what you have to do. So there you go. I am a dual citizen, by the way, in case anybody's ever wondered, despite the accent. Being purely British London, which is where I was born, I am actually American citizen as well, and a British citizen as well. And hello, peoples. Hello, Ian from Brazil. Bom dia, tudo bem? Hope you're doing well. Every CodeRage, I learn another two words of Brazilian Portuguese just to get things going. We have some great stuff happening. We still producer Martha, who does all the wrangling behind the scenes and is quite an incredible organizer, and all of the guests end up with getting invites, and I don't know how she does it, but she almost someone goes, oh, you've not invited me. Martha does actually have to sleep as well sometimes, bless her, but she wrangles all these things behind the scenes, and she does a really, really good job. And thank you. Love your videos. Yeah, well, actually, most of the content in CodeRage is not my videos. It's someone else's videos. So I really appreciate them. I've got a live guest coming later. That is Steffen Nyeland. And that leads me on to let's talk about what's happening. So let me get my little thing up here. So today, I know what I was saying. Let me go back to here for a second. We've got 33 licenses to give away, according to producer Martha. However, stop press, because we've just received an email from Steamer this morning, who are the manufacturers of T-Chart Pro and T-Chart. If you want to do any charting, and I will show a demo next week of some apps, and all of the apps, I think, all use T-Chart. But if you are ever wanting to do any graphs or charts or anything like that, and most apps need them, T-Chart, you get it with Delphi. And I think there's a special offer at the moment as well in connection with T-Chart. I could be wrong. I'll check the details with our sales and marketing people. But I think you can get T-Chart Pro if you upgrade and things like that. I'll find out. But never mind that. Steamer got hold of me this morning and said, hey, I see you again giving away licenses. Let's give away 6 licenses of T-Chart Pro. Now, you can do a lot with the T-Chart free version that comes with Grad Studio, but T-Chart Pro, or VCL and FMX, you can use it in both, is a really great package. And I'll show you next week an app that I've written, in fact, 3 apps that all use T-Chart Pro. You can have transparent charts and all sorts of exciting things. So if you want to create a glass app with a floating chart in the middle of the screen, I'll show you how to do that. But they're going to donate 6 licenses. That's equivalent of US dollars, 527 US dollars per license. That's pretty outstanding, really. So thank you to them. It's a bit late in the day for me to talk about it today. Our web squirrels will make sure that the details are put up on the website. If you're not sure where the website is, you can either go to this URL, and it should direct you to the CodeRage page on the blog. If for some reason you're looking on there and going, oh, I can't see it, I don't know where it is, then the other redirect where it goes to, because there was some kind of problem, is this one, blogs.embarcadero.com/CodeRage-2025. For the giveaways, the only way I have of knowing who you are, because we don't grab your details from YouTube or anything like that, in order to give you the giveaway, if you're picked, and we're picking them at random using Google's random number generator, more on that in a minute, is if you register here. So if you register your name, it needs to be your name so I know who you are, and your email address. Every morning at 6:30 a.m. my time, I get an email with all the people that are registered. There's over 2,000 people registered so far, but if you register here, when I get the email the following day in the morning, as long as your name's on the list, you'll get taken part in it. So literally what I do, if you haven't seen it so far, I use Google's random number generator, because hey, if it doesn't work randomly, blame Google, not us. I'm assuming they got it right. They know what they're doing, and we'll pick your name at random from the list. You can only win one thing. You can't win multiple things. So just so that everybody gets a fair chance. It's not us that's giving away anything. It's the sponsors. So go to there and you should be able to register. And then once you're registered, I'll automatically, your name will be on the list. All of it will be on camera to make it as fair as possible so you can see what's happening. We have some amazing things that we're giving away. Mitoff software has gone crazy and given a whole ton of things away. I really appreciate what they're doing. The same with our other sponsors as well. If you want to know what the sponsorship things are, it's on that page. All the gifts, giveaways that they've got there are included in there. NexusDB.com have also extended their Black Friday discount as well. So if you've ever thought about using NexusDB, or you are upgrading or something like that, go to their site, put in Black Friday, and that will extend the offer. I forget what the exact amount is, but look, they've got it listed on there. And Mitoff software as well has got some discount codes, CodeRage25, all throughout CodeRage. Anyway, we need to get on, but we've got some cool stuff coming today. What we've got all sorts of people saying hi. I'll say hi to you all in a minute. Bruce is saying thank you to Martha, producer Martha. She's in the background in the green room, but thank you to Martha. Yes, she's awesome. And by the way, I know I'm the guy on camera and I talk a lot, but all of us are just part of a big team. It's a team effort. No one person, could do this on their own. Absolutely not. And I always thank them on the very last session by tradition. But there's a whole bunch of people, April and Hang Up and people like that, and Barbara and Alex and a few others as well. I always like to thank them. But just because I'm the guy whose face you're looking at, believe me, I'm only the tip of a very big iceberg of people. I'm producer Martin works crazy as well. So there we go. So Steamer, yeah, free license from Steamer. Hello from Wilton. Thank you for your service, Cape Cod Gunny. Did you ever serve at Kings Bay? And Cape Cod Gunny says no. So glad to see you're all chatting. We are here throughout the day live, even if the videos are pre-recorded. Here's what's coming up. First off, and he said not to pick up his presentation, but unfortunately that's not how I do things. So working with job objects, Steffen Nyeland. Now Steffen's a very smart guy, very technical developer. He's been around for many years, involved with Boolean back in the day, I believe, although he can tell me about that later. I've met him a few times in various countries. Last time I think was possibly in Amsterdam, but it might have been in Denmark. I know it was definitely in Denmark because I saw him around as well. Great guy, I like him a lot. Following that, at 11 a.m. US Central Time, 5 p.m. UTC GMT, is Daniel Fernandez, one of our Brazilian MVPs. Daniel is a great guy. If you're not sure about Daniel, and you need to understand how much Daniel loves um, Delphi, then let me just show you. This is Daniel, and this, yes, he has a Delphi tattoo. Now, I'm not saying it's obligatory to get tattoos. He's got all sorts of others as well. Got some very cool tattoos. But this is Daniel Fernandez's tattoo of Delphi helmet. Isn't that wonderful? And his session is transforming Delphi code into an MCP server. Awesome stuff, very interesting. Following him at 12 noon, my time, and 6 p.m. UTC, modern Android services with Dave Nottage. Dave Nottage is pretty much the undeclared king of mobile development using Delphi, and he runs the Delphi Worlds site, which will promote heavily when Dave's on. But he really, if you need to know anything about Android, if you need to write mobile apps, you should join Delphi Worlds, because everybody is writing mobile apps using Delphi, and that's probably the best way to do it. Android, iOS, that kind of stuff. Everybody who's got the answers is on that site. He also produces a thing called Castry, which is extremely popular as well. So Dave Nottage, Modern Android Services, at noon my time or 6 p.m. UTC. Following that, Gustavo, another Brazilian. And if you've ever seen a video of Gustavo being made an MVP, it's out there on social media. It was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. First steps to creating a component in Delphi from idea to implementation. And I saw Gustavo yesterday drinking Yakult, which was funny. He was drinking it with Kiwi and Emerin in a video, and I drink Yakult as well. So there you go. It's a Delphi thing, I guess. First, and that's not an endorsement because I'm not allowed to, but I drink it. What can I say? It seems to work. First steps to creating a component in Delphi from idea to implementation. Cool stuff. And then after that, at 2 p.m. US Central Time, 8 p.m. UTC GMT, Andreas Rejbrand. I'm going to ask him how to pronounce his name, but Andreas. Now, if you don't know who Andreas is, he is absolutely everywhere on Stack Overflow. You've probably had someone answer a question, and it's Andreas, because he's that. I don't know whether he's the top answerer. Remy Lebro is probably one of the top answers as well, but Andreas is very active on forums and things like that. It's very common to come across his name, and he's an MVP now. And his presentation, Algosim and its Delphi internals. Algosim, very, very interesting app, and a great presentation as well. That's at 2 p.m. And then a final session for the day, another Brazilian, because I don't know what it is about them. And this is Dion's fourth session this week, and that is integrating your applications with Google ADK, Agent Development Kit. So that's one to watch. Dion knows his stuff, and he's a very kind of smooth talker as well. I love the way he does presentations, but that's Dion Mai. And that's what's coming up today. Let me just go back to here and turn that off for a second. And just to say a couple of things that are going on. Hi from the Netherlands, Lewisburg. JP's here again. He was here yesterday with Taurus TLS. If you saw us wearing cowboy hats, that was JP. And yes, if you didn't see that session, you missed us wearing cowboy hats and being very American. And some others as well. Cape Cod Gunny mistakenly says it's Delphi, not Delphi. I know you're joking, Cape Cod Gunny. Actually, little funny fact here. The Greeks tell me that it's pronounced Delphi. And they always think it's funny when it's said Delphi. However, for the longest time, all of the developer advocates you used to see on screen were Americans. So David I, American, Jim McKeith, American, and most of the others were Americans as well. The only probably person that you saw commonly was Stephen Ball, who's a Brit. Nowadays, it's Marco Cantu and myself, who typically are the most common faces on the YouTube and things like that. And being Europeans, we both pronounce it Delphi. Now, officially, our official uh, statement is you can pronounce it either way, whatever works for you. If you're American, I work with plenty of Americans, and they say, "Yeah, see, I've started around now. The Greeks pronounce it Delphi, so it's Delphi for me." Well, you know what? Also, Embarcadero is an American company. They're based in Austin, in Texas, and most of the others were down in California at one point, around near San Francisco. And Embarcadero itself is from an American place there, and so they all say Delphi. We're gradually chipping away. The Europeans are chipping away. I don't mind how you say it. It'll work for me. Danny Thorpe, bless him, Danny Thorpe, yes, pronounced it Delphi, yes, and of course Danny Thorpe is a great loss to us. He's been gone for a while now, but good guy. So Patrick says there's more Europeans, so it depends on who is we. Yes, of course. Stack Overflow top users. Yes, exactly. There you go. Anyway, look. Delphi, I don't mind. So I've started around now. It isn't, I don't mind either way. I say Delphi. I've been saying it Delphi for 30 years. I can't unthink that, despite being technically an American. I have a US passport and everything. So I suppose I should say Delphi, but I'm afraid I'm not going to. So that's it. Anyway, we're cutting into the time we've got for questions and things like that. Coming up next, most importantly, is a great session, which I'm actually very interested to watch myself, and that is from Steffen Nyeland. He's a very smart guy. A lot of, we've got plenty of smart people on, but Steffen knows his stuff, and it is all about job objects. If you don't know what job objects are, stick around.
Welcome to CodeRage 2025. I will be talking about working with job objects. My name is Steffen Nyeland. I'm a long-time Embarcadero MVP, and the cover I'm working under is fixed by code, so you can find my blog on that. So, what is job objects? It's a Windows kernel object that manages a set of one or more processes. And it has existed for a very long time. I wasn't aware of it, and only because I had the need for handling a lot of child processes together as one. I found this thing. And apparently now, since Windows 8, these can also be nested. For Delphi, it's wrapped within the WinAPI Windows unit, and prior to Delphi 12, and I will show that later, the flag, create process flag that is needed, actually was missing from the WinAPI Windows unit. So you had to define it yourself, like written here with the create underscore breakaway underscore from job const. The way to find job objects or to monitor them is actually because they're not out in the open as such, would be actually to download something like Process Explorer from the sysinternal site at Microsoft. And by default, these are the jobs are not shown, so you would need to actually, as said here, under options, color selection, job, actually set that up. So I'll just show that here. So I have Process Explorer running, and so under options, configure colors, and notice what's going to happen now. There's a lot of changes here. So this actually shows the various jobs running. and you can see it's used a lot of places. I'll come back to that. So why are these job objects useful? Well, it will allow you to group processes into one, so they can be managed as one. Able to start and terminating all related external processes. They can be named, and if the main process dies, Windows will terminate all the child processes. As said, these can be nested since Windows 8, so a job object can have other job objects which again have child processes and so forth. It also contains accounting info, so that would be I/O, CPU usage, memory usage, and so on. And as you saw in the Process Explorer, it's been increasingly used because, well, you want to contain your application more like one application, even if it consists of many external processes, and it's very heavy used. It can also be associated with an I/O completion port, and that means actually if some of the limits I will come back to you have set on the job object is hit or exceeded, you will actually be notified by that. So on limits and notification on job objects, these can be set as on the CPU level, so that would be maximum processes active, the time, the CPU affinity if you want to have the processes running on a specific core or multiple cores. The rate control might want to throttle things down to test something. There's also, you can set the memory, the minimum maximum working set, the commit maximum network. You can control bandwidth. I/O would be the rate, read-write number of bytes. From the UI perspective, you could actually set up that it should not be able to, outside the process, access the clipboard or exiting Windows or do window switching or so forth. So if a process is assigned to the job and it tries to exceed or change any of these limits, then the function call would actually succeed but would be ignored. So for instance, if you would try to exceed a function call to allocate more memory, and then the process that call would actually succeed, but it would be ignored in that case. So it wouldn't fail, it'll just be ignored. If an optional I/O completion port is associated, as mentioned before, you'll get notification when limits are exceeded. So an example of jobs with limits. Here I've shown that the first one would be the VMI provider subsystem host job. And so that would actually, here see that there's a job memory limit on a gigabyte of memory. There's a process memory limit, and there can be up to 32 active processes. So to set these limits, you would need to set one of the following record structures, and then call the set information job object function on that. And we will see in code later how it's done. And as you can see here, there's the Win API names in parentheses, but also the more friendly Delphi enumeration. The other example is a list of where there's more UI limits set. So the write on clipboard, read clipboard, user handles, the exit window, and so forth. And that would be on an Edge web browser instance on the web view. So in the first code example, which was originally what I used this for, and the reason why I wanted to do that is actually wanted to had a main program, and that we had a lot of other programs, and that we needed to remember to start these, and also if one of these processes or programs, external programs, died, we had no notification on that, and so we wanted to control the external process and then actually get their in this case the standard error stream back through a callback. So actually our main backend would know when a process was within its control object or job object would actually fail, and then by that way we could actually contain the whole application as such. In this example, I'll just execute a small C++ program that writes 10 times to the standard error pipe, and then after that it's going to terminate. So that will also show the early termination of the process without the main program having terminated it. And just to show what's to be seen within the Process Explorer, these are, because it might go a bit quick when I'm showing it. So this is actually showing how it looks on the startup. This is the starting processes, the main program, and then the child process started, which is a console thing, and then afterwards, while it's running, it has the brown color for as it's a running job object, and then afterwards when the child process terminates, it turns red and dies, and then it closes down. So let's go to Delphi and just show the example of the child process code. So this is the simple C++ program. So that will we can compile and run it, and then we'll just count these, print these out to the std error, and then afterwards terminate. And since this program is not written by us, we want actually to control this in some form. So for that reason, we will have our backend Delphi program, which is, this example is just a simple form that has a memo, and I can try to run this. And you'll see it's running here, and then we have the process, and in a bit it will close down and we'll see these go red. So it closed unexpected, and it actually terminates the the child process. So let's look at some code. So the thing here is that we're actually only doing, we're having a form create and a form destroy. Form create actually creates a custom child thread, which we'll come back to later, and then it sets the on terminate on that child thread. And the did child terminate unexpected is just writing to the memo field. And then we have the destructor. It checks if the child thread is assigned, and it frees up the child, and prior to that it sets the on terminate to nil, so we don't get the did terminate unexpected when we close it down. And we also actually wants to from the child process want to terminate the process from outside here, since we are closing this form, and that should actually close the process. And then we have a small function down here is locked child error, which is actually the callback on the create child. So I'll come back to that. So if we go to the child thread, this is defined in a separate unit. And again, here I was mentioning that is if you're using versions of Delphi prior to Delphi 12, you would need to put this const in, since it's not defined in the WinAPI Windows unit, which sometimes happen. Well, the Win SDK changes, but well, the wrappers are not updated. So the T on capture proc is a reference to a procedure with the value, so that would be the callback procedure. T child thread is inherited from T thread, and it has a get age process, which function which return the process information. I'll scroll that, and then it has the send log, which is just calling the callback with the buffer we're reading. I'll come back to that again. And then there's the creation of the thread. It's fairly basic 3 thread. So a free on terminate is false. I store the command and the callback proc. And then the interesting part is, of course, the execute. So in the execute, we want to create a process, but the thing is, we need to set up some of the scaffolding before that. So we would need to set up the security attributes as normal in a create process, and we also want to actually create a number of pipes for the input and standard input and output, but also an extra set for the standard error pipe. So these are the handles defined up here, and so I start off creating the pipes, read and write pipe, security attributes, and the second type, the second set of pipes for the standard error. Then I fill the startup info, your standard handles, show window, hide window actually, and then after that I do create the job object. So the job object returns a native unsigned int, and the create object would have a security attribute, and we will skip that for now. And then it will have a name. And based on what context you're running that in, you might actually need to put some, if it's on a terminal server or whatever, you would need to actually put in global scope naming, or I'm not sure what it's actually called correctly. And when I have the job object, I would then set the limits. So the basic information will set the limit on so it will be killed on a job close. And as mentioned before, I fill the structure, the job limit infrastructure, and then I go and set the set information job object. With the job object, the type of the structure, which is the job info, which is an extended limit information. We can go to this and see there's multiple of these within the Win APIs, and that is as mentioned in the previous slide. And then we set the the pointer to the structure and the size of the structure, and we're all good. After that, now we have the job object. After that, we create the process. The thing here is that we would, and since we're doing the pipe with the standard standard error pipe, we need that. We would want to set the this parameter to true, because that is the inherited handles flag. So that you want to set to true in this case. And then we set the new flag, or a new flag, which is actually tied to the job object, which will do the breakaway from the job. And that is actually how a process is allowed, or how it's connected to the job. Actually, there is a lot of documentation on this also. So if that succeeds, we're back to actually checking if we get the F process info handle, and by that way we take the process handle and assign the process to the job object like this, and then we're actually all good. So now the process, our client, or our small C program, is actually now controlled within this job object. And right now we'll then just wait for this process to peek on the pipe, the error pipe, and see is anything coming through, and then we will synchronize to the send log function, which is down here, and that will call the callback with the message. As we saw, it was then putting all the standard error from the C program out to the through that, since it's read from the buffer. And then after, when the process is done and died, then the job object will terminate as such, and we will see that. So I'll just try to run this one more time. Just move it over here. See, it turned green as the picture, and then it's running it 10 times. A note on this: I didn't wait for the. You could have done it nicer. I just don't wait for the character return line feed or anything. So you should, doing this this demo, it doesn't really matter. But as you can see here, we are now done. It terminated again, and the job actually finished. So, and actually doing it a third time, where I actually killing the program before it's done, just to show that this will now terminate again, turn all red and gone. So the next example we're going to show is based on an example that Pavel Jusifovic is doing in his job objects YouTube video, and I will encourage you to see that, because it's actually one of the good and few materials out there on job objects, I think. And as far as I know, this guy is the co-author of some of this internal stuff. And the example is I'm doing a limit on the job objects to only have max 2 active processes. So if I try to start a third one, that would actually fail. Also, to limit the job and the second thing is to limit the job object to maximum utilize the 10% of the CPUs. And that would mean that if I start 2 processes within the job object, then each could have 10%, or together they could only have the 10% of the CPU. As in his example, I will use the CPU stress program to illustrate the limits. That program is a newer version of what was in the sysinternals and is also written by him. So the idea is that actually the program is actually attaching the CPU stress program within the job. So here we create the job, and then we put actually the CPU stress in as an process within the control of our job object. So back to the code. You just close this one down. Don't want to save anything, and then we take the demo, the second demo. So this is a console application, and it's fairly simple. We start off by we want to have added a parameter which is actually the process ID from the instance of the CPU stress program. I'll just start the CPU stress program up, the utility, and that looks like this. In the top here you can see you have a process ID, and that is we are going to use and register when we start up our program. So that will actually start by creating a job object, take the param we put in, which is the PID, and then open that process. So we get the handle, and then we will assign this process to our job object. And from that, from there on, we can actually then set up the infrastructures to limit what our job object is allowed to do. So in this case, we will start off with the job object basic limit information, where we are able to set the active number of active processes. So here we only set it to 2. And then we also need to set the limit flag, and in this case that will then set, we need to set it to the limit active process. And as before, we will go in and actually then call the set information job object function with the job handle, the type of the structure, and the pointer to the structure and the size of the structure. And on the second thing here, I'll show one of the things first, but I'll explain both right now. The second thing we want to do is actually to limit the CPU rate to 10%. to overcome the floating point stuff, these structures has multiplied by 100. So 10% is 1,000 and 20 would be 2,000. And then we again set the limit, and then we set the control flag. In this case, we want to set the control flag with the CPU rate control enabled, and also with the rate control hard cap. So it caps off when we reach the 10%. If we didn't put this in, it will actually use as much as possible, but it would be the first to suffer down to the 10% if we would have CPU usage exceeded. And again, we call this set information job object to set the size. And then we just, in this case, we sleep infinite just to be sure that it keeps running while we are testing this. So I'll just put in the parameter and run it. And we have this one, so that would be 3904. Save that, run it, and we will get a success here, which then now we're actually having control of this. Let's look at the Process Explorer while we're doing this. So here we have, we need to find our test application. So that should be somewhere. Let's see if you can find it down here. There we go. No, we actually want the CPU stress, this one. That's what we want. Process tree again. Add the CPU stress here. And the thing here is now that we have, the first thing we can check is actually that we are not able to start more than 2 instances of the CPU stress. And when you test this, you should use this newer version, because Pavel has added some features, so it's easier to test job objects here. So what you can do is go in on the process and actually launch another CPU stress instance, which will be attached to the same job object. So we do that, and I have a second one here, which is all good, and then I will try to do a third one, which I shouldn't be allowed, and I'm not. If I close the first one, process, launch another, different on another screen, then it will happen. It will be allowed again, and I can't do a third one. So that would be the number of processes I'm allowed within. What would be interesting now to see is actually to see, let's take the task manager and get the details and get the CPU stress. Have these two up. You want to see the CPU utilization. We need to drive this up a bit. So I'll close one of these, set all the threads active, run them all, and also set them to maximum activity. So that should hopefully put the stress up a bit. So you can see it, the stress is actually running up around, yeah, it's toggling a bit, but it's going up and down and up and down. what we could do to make this wilder is, as you can see here, actually, none of these, we won't go over. It's around the 10% all the time. If I did start a new instance on here, this one, which isn't within the control of the I'll start all of these. I will set the activity to a maximum. We should get a much higher number here, right? So comparable with this one compared to the other one, this is under our job object control. This will actually only go to the 10% of the CPU usage. And then we have, if we try to, I'll just close this one. If we try to open a new instance of this within the control, we should see that these two in combined would be, I'll just set this up to start all threads, and I would also set the maximum to that. So these two combined should never go past the 10% of the CPU usage. Where are they? There I am. So as you can see, it toggles around the 10 actually. So let's close this one down and also close this one. Program, let's end this one, and we're kind of back. So that is basically the role of the job object and how to actually control and I shouldn't say encapsulate, but actually control all your external processes within a given container. So if we go back to the slides again, so this is what we saw. So where does this all then lead to? Well, everything seems to be connected. So actually in Windows 10 a thing called silos was introduced, and Windows containers, also called Windows containers. And actually silos are just the upgraded job objects. So apart from CPU and memory and so forth, they also have own file system, registry, and namespaces. So they're actually Windows silo servers or Windows containers. So a Docker can actually be a Windows container, a silo. So if you normally use Docker, I'm not an expert on that, but if you set the isolation, the parameter with the isolation processing, then that was actually started as a silo, and it's out. It's not within the topic of this this session, but I would say it's a bit related, since the job objects are. This is job objects, but just upgraded. And then the limit, you would normally set that through the runtime, the container runtime, which could be Docker, with different parameters. On the whole thing, you would expect something like this also to be in the Linux world, and in that the equivalent would be C groups or control groups. So. But I haven't done anything on that yet, so maybe that's to come. Links. There is the job object documentation. Well, I wouldn't say there's too much, but I guess it's sufficient. But like all other um, Microsoft or whatever documentation you need to read up on it and yeah, understand and try it out. There's a link to the Process Explorer earlier. I did there's a blog post. I did a process session earlier this year, which also covered a bit of job objects. And then there's the video I mentioned from Pavel on job objects, and it's quite nice. And if you and when you see it, you can see I shamelessly ported his example code from C to Delphi, because I think it was a very good example he was using. And there's a link to his CPU stress program. So thanks. That was all for me. And now back to Ian.
I like it when he's. I spoke to Steffen. He's like, "Oh, you know, don't big up my presentation too much. I told you he was a smart guy, didn't I? I told you." How are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah,
This is what you get when you have. It's late at night. It's a one take, and then you get all the But anyway, I hope the message got across, and people can use job
I can
objects
tell
or
you
something.
now. I never. I'm just trying to create a QR code for you, actually, for your blog post. So just 1 second. So this is your code. Let me do this here, and then I can do this. So now they can scan that QR code, and they can see your code. Fixed by Code. That's your blog, isn't it? I think that's.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is not that active. Sorry.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you want to, if you've got example code, we've also got a repository for this CodeRage as well. So I don't know. Well, actually, I've just noticed I put the wrong URL in there. So just go
Maybe
to
it's
there.
maybe it's a better post. Let's see.
Oh, actually, no, I found it now. Here we go. It's works. Yeah. Okay. Let me just update that link. Otherwise, people will complain. You know, people complain about the most ridiculous. Sorry, they complain about things that are important to them and only them, and rather than ridiculous. But oh, you sent me to a link and it didn't work. Well, you could have clicked on the big thing that worked. But anyway, that now goes to the right place. So I like that. What I like about your session there was we try and do a mix in CodeRage. I don't want it to be all like sheets and sheets of code. You know, yes, I want lots of that, and your session was very good for that. But we've also had some theoretical ones. We had very long couple of hours actually from Dr. Kevin Bond, which was all mostly theoretical. At one point, I'm like, I feel so stupid watching what he's talking about because I didn't understand quite a lot of it, which is good. But I understand what you did. What was interesting about yours? There were a couple of questions that came up. So where is it? I pinned it. So they were saying, do these Viv Mills? Okay, I've seen Viv before. Good morning. Do these job objects just simplify the use of external applications being controlled by the main application?
The short answer, yes. But then
Yeah.
again, there's so much more that as you saw, that you can control how much they can do within. If you want to have set the CPU affinity to a specific core, back in the days we had some software that kind of started with the multi-threading. They were switching back and forth on the affinity and so forth. So and
Yeah.
I was struggling a bit to keep this session that long, because in the end of the day, it's just creating the job object and attaching to the process. So, but there's so many infrastructures you can set up on setting the limits, and so I would say try it out and
see
fun.
what it does for you. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think the demo is very good because we had someone talking about threads the other day, and unfortunately I don't remember which person it was because this week has kind of melted into one whole week of non-stop sessions.
Put
But
it with Cesar was the year's greatest book.
yes. Oh, see now, both of us have the book. Look at
Recommended.
the size of that
Recommended.
book, man. I mean, that is a big book. Here's this one type of threading, and Dahlia's is another type.
Yeah.
And Dahlia is, I think
Smart.
you're probably like me.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's on a different planet, Dahlia. She is really quite incredible.
Yeah.
I mean that in the nicest possible way. She's a good friend. I get on very well with her, but the amount of well, all of us MVPs and myself and stuff, we have a little forum that we talk in from time to time. In fact, there's a couple of them. And Dahlia has started more arguments in there and finished them than I think any other MVP. But she's usually right. That's the annoying thing.
Yeah.
Usually right as well.
And her 4 books are great. It should be in the shelf together with this.
Cesar's book is good as well. You know, he's there's so many good people out there, and you know, I was lucky enough this year to travel around a lot. Actually, Viv seems pleased with what your answer was as well. So this is something I've never seen before. Actually, I knew about job objects, but I've never used them myself. At least I don't remember using them. But what was interesting about the other threads session was someone did ask about process affinity. So I think you probably just filled in the gaps on that session because the normal threads, the answer was no, you couldn't just set the processor affinity like that. Some people's quite important. Obviously, I edit the videos and improve the sound and put subtitles on, and the AI subtitles are always hilarious. They get words wrong.
Yeah.
But even with someone speaking clearly like yourself, but I think that there's an example of somewhere where you actually want to have processor affinity and say, I actually want this on this specific core, and I want it to burn through as almost as much as you can possibly give me in terms of CPU, raw CPU power without actually killing the system, because obviously Camtasia, when it's rendering, it uses a lot of CPU power, but you don't want it to make the whole machine completely unresponsive. You want to say, look, leave some cores for others so that you can and I think that's one of the things that job objects would probably help with. If you've got,
you can also see it in Red Studio. It's using for the LSP processes and so forth. But also your browser is kind of, and Teams, it's yeah. I'm not sure they're restricting enough on the Teams.
Say the T word and go.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's the thing, that some of these people choose whatever languages they like, but some of these web wrappers actually are very bad at doing that and really bad at hogging memory. And that's a problem for people because they just think, oh, it's easy to write and it's easy to update, but actually the whole thing is a homogeneous kind of holistic, actually is the word I'm looking for, a holistic approach to software development, which is you need to be a good citizen on the machine and
yeah, they probably just did the job objects or contained it within the job objects to have it as a monolithic thing, but they forgot to set the limits.
Yeah, and then we all start shaking our fists at it. I mean, we've all had it happen, and software development's hard, man. Otherwise, people would just pay us minimum wage, you know. So, and I know some people probably do get minimum wage, but that's not normal for software developers.
One thing I forgot to mention is actually when you have attached a process to a job object, you can't pull it out again.
You can. Oh,
you can't do it.
Oh, once it's filed, it's done.
Yeah, it stays within there. And so the breakout is actually more for if the process starts another process within, is that process allowed to break out?
Right.
But that's all in Microsoft documentation, and that it gets kind of hairy.
Yeah, I mean, some of their stuff is kind of mind-bending. I think the thing is that I think it's safe to say that job objects would probably be considered an advanced technique for developers. It's not, if you're just doing your average, showing graphs and things like that, there is a use case where you can be nice and use job objects, but for many developers, they can live a perfectly happy life and never worry about job objects. But when you need them,
I did.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
for a while.
when you need them and you want them, they're there and they're actually very useful. I don't know the answer to this one, but could job objects also be used on processing GPUs? I don't think you can.
Not to my knowledge. I don't know.
No, I think there are. I mean, if you were rendering stuff, there are libraries that will offload it onto GPUs and things like that, but they're quite specialized and they tend to be unique to that GPU. So it needs to understand, there's a driver and there's a library and things. I've seen it done, but I don't think there's anything in the operating system where you can say.
No, I think this is a Windows API thing alone, and there's, to my knowledge, no specific GPU stuff in there.
Yeah, it's funny
that would be vendor specific kind of, I would think.
One of my first paid development jobs, I worked as a COBOL programmer because I'm old, and
me too. On French Honeywell Bull machines.
Well, we used Olivetti and we used all sorts of other machines as well, but ICL machinery. But there was a machine called the Sequence Symmetry, which was a very interesting machine because it could run what's known as universes. So you could have multiple different types and versions of Unix on the same machine running at the same time. It was a very parallel machine, which was unique at the time in the 80s. But one thing that came with, there was an API, which we didn't call it an API in those days. I don't know what we called it, but it wasn't an API. And you could do exactly what job objects did. You could say, I want it to run in this universe. So I want it to be, I don't know, Unix System 5, or I want it to be Xenix or whatever, because it could run all sorts of different things. And I want it to have this much CPU, and I want it to have this much RAM maximum. And it almost created a kind of, almost like a Docker container. And I think in some ways it probably was a precursor to Docker containers, so that if your app misbehaved, it wouldn't take down the whole machine. And that was pretty advanced for the 80s, really. That operating system, I'm sure, probably taught a lot of people about how to run things multiply at the same time. But, where are they now?
Reinventing the wheel with the silos and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I thought that was very interesting. But it was a great session. You're
Thanks.
always one of these people that, you're good to talk to. You're a great guy. I've met you a couple of times in person. Well, probably 4 or 5 now, actually, I think. In a few countries as well, Denmark and Amsterdam. But I appreciate your time. Okay.
Thanks for doing this. That was great. And thanks to Martha.
It was fun, and everybody seemed to like it as well. And it's one of these things where people will go back and rewatch it as well, which is what I like. So yeah, it's good. And someone's saying we're old guys with an orange or green screen. Yes, that's exactly how it was back in those days. It was cool. It was a cool time to be a developer.
That's the reason why I use glasses now, because the old screen burned my eyes out. So
burnt your retinas out. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, actually, Viv has got something else. You mentioned that job objects and silos are similar, but silos just provide more access to different areas of Windows.
Yeah, they have their own registry file system and they're missing. They have what the job objects are missing. So
they're actually almost like a virtualized machine, really.
It is a container, Windows container. They also are called Windows containers. And Pavel, which name I couldn't pronounce, and that's the one take, and that it dawned on me, you can't pronounce the surname of this guy. Anyway, he has actually a video on silos also, so it's very interesting to see what you can do there.
Yeah. And Helios, who's actually a very good developer himself, says this has to be rewatched. That is true.
Thanks.
And Faressa, who has been with us, I think, every day this week as well, says thank you, Steffen. Good stuff.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, I think that's a good note to end on before we get asking Timmy other questions. But thank you, Steffen. I appreciate it. I know these videos take a lot of time, and I know you.
Well, I should have spent more time, but I hope the message got aboard.
It worked for me. So, and I learned something today. And, I've been a Delphi developer since the very first day it came out, and I've been a developer for 40 years, more than 40 years, actually. And I say this every time. I learn something every day on CodeRage, sooner or later. And today you taught me some stuff I didn't know, and I know quite a lot, I think. None of it good,
Perfect.
but I
I
know a lot.
learn everything. I learn new stuff every day also. That's the
Great part
reason
of the
to get
job.
out of bed, right?
Yeah, it's a great part of the job. Is it's something new, and with AI, oh my gosh, I've given up trying to keep up, but it's all
Well,
fun.
don't get me started. Anyway,
Oh, I know. All right, thanks a lot, my
thanks.
friend. Speak to you soon. Cheers. Bye bye. Well, that was Steffen Nyeland. I told you he was a smart guy, didn't I? He's so Danish. The Danes are all the same. Well, it was an okay video. I could have done better, but it's because they're perfectionists and they're like that. I can see him in the green room smiling away behind the scenes. But they're all like that. I mean, I spent some time with them early this year. Their event that they have there is quite incredible. If you are in Denmark and you join the Danish user group event, wow, you're in for a treat. They book out a whole hotel. It's one speaker for 3 days for the speaker, and I was the speaker this year. It's a murderous event because by the end of it, you've done 12 sessions or 13 sessions or something like that, and it's very intense because everybody's there. They're watching you. There is no hiding place. But Marco Cantu's been, and a few other people as well. I'm presented. Ray Konopka's been, I think, and a few others as well. The Danish user group is full of some very, very good developers. I didn't. Maybe they've got some bad ones, but I didn't meet any. But it is what it is. Okay, well that was Steffen Nyeland, and I'm just going to hide this. And then, okay, so we're on to the next session now. Let me just check where we're at on my little thing. So the next session is, oh yes, this is from Daniel Fernandez, the guy with the Delphi tattoo, no less. He says he's not joining us live, so maybe he won't be live. But this session's quite short. It is actually only 21 minutes, which is why I kind of ran over a bit with Steffen, because he's an interesting guy to talk to. But actually, this is also very interesting. Transforming your Delphi code into an MCP server, and this is a code, got a lot of code in it as well. If he isn't joining us live, and let's just see, there's a message here. Real Danish, you mean a real cookie? Whatever. Is it English in the Danish user group? Was the question. Well, I presented in English, and all the Danes speak excellent English that are there. So they do say Marco Cantu doesn't speak any Danish. So I'm going to say, yeah, they probably all speak Danish. That's Marco Schreck who asked that. Is it English in the Danish user group? Since there is no Delphi Summit next year, might be an option. Actually, there's a couple of people stepping up and saying that they might run some events. We'll talk about the Delphi Summit later, because it's not going to be run next year. They're going to pause it next year because it's got something going on. But we shall see. Anyway, next session is, Steffen says it is in English in the DAP UG, the Danish group. Yes, well, it certainly was when I was there, because I am English. So, but yes, I believe that they warn people, by the way, this will be in English, and most of the Danes that go there for that user group do go there. If you ever want to go to an amazing event, it's not cheap. They do charge for it, but the reason is that, and I just need to speak about this for a second because I've got a few moments spare. It's held in a hotel that is by the sea, and if you don't know Denmark is mostly by the sea. It's an incredibly beautiful country. It's very green and pleasant. It's held in the beginning of the summer. You can look across the water to islands and things like that. They take care of the speakers very nicely. They spoilt me rotten, and really did. And the hotel that they stayed at was one of the best hotels I've ever stayed in. And the food that they put on throughout the event while you're there, because you're there for 3 days, the food, which is included because you pay it as part of the ticket, is probably, I would describe it as cordon bleu food. It's the best food I've had for many years, and they do wine courses and things like that with it as well. That is an amazing event. I mean, the Danes really know how to put on an event. I mean, there's lots of good events. Brazilian events, incredible, for example. But that Daypod group, wow, well, it was an amazing event, and hopefully one day I'll be back again. Probably not next year. I've got a lot happening, but yeah. Okay, so let's go back and let's anyway, without further ado, someone asking a question about what MCP server. Watch this presentation, and then you'll find out what type of MCP server, and then we'll go from there. Okay, so I'll see you in about 20 minutes. This is Daniel Fernandez, and it is transforming Delphi code into an MCP server.
Hello everyone, welcome to CodeRage 2025. I'm Daniel Fernandez, and today we're going to talk about Delphi and innovation with AI. Let's see how this works. We have several ways to work with artificial intelligence inside Delphi, and today, specifically, we're going to talk about MCPs. What is MCP? We'll find out in this presentation, exploring the superpowers of AI. Connect your Delphi code to AI, execute via prompts, and see how useful and powerful this can be in your daily work. AI is excellent at processing, but it cannot execute anything on its own yet. Now we can give AI legs and arms, enabling it to perform functions, not just process data. So now let's dive into today's topics. We'll discover what this MCP Model Context Protocol is. We'll study a bit about its architecture, understand how it works, and see its extensibility. We will cover the benefits of the architecture, how the security aspect works, what the context the C in MCP means, and I will also introduce you to the DMCP server and client, which is a library I created myself to enable fast, smooth, and very easy work with MCP. So let's begin our presentation. Let's get started, everyone. But before we begin, let me introduce myself. My name is Daniel Fernandez. I'm an Embarcadero MVP, a senior developer at Microsoft, and I have over 10 years of experience with Delphi and a few other languages. I hold a degree in IT management from FATEC, a postgraduate degree in software engineering, and I am also the creator of Dinos Dev. Look for Dinos Dev on Instagram or LinkedIn. If you want to find me on social media, just search for Dinos Dev. We can exchange ideas, have a chat, and clarify any doubts. If you're interested, I create content specifically about Delphi. I am also an official instructor for Embarcadero's Delphi training course and a speaker. What is MCP? To talk about MCP, we need to briefly revisit LLMs, large language models. They are the foundation of everything. They are the AI agents that write code, are great at summarizing reports, and converse with humans. This is the case with ChatGPT, where you can ask a question like a human and receive a humanly understandable response. They are excellent at data processing. How do LLMs work? They use an algorithm that applies methods to funnel probabilities. It's like a cell phone keyboard. You type the first word, and it tries to complete the next one based on the probability of fitting. In other words, it works with statistics, which is why it's so good at processing data. It was trained on billions of data points and can narrow down the possibilities using probability to provide you with human response. It concatenates its tokens, understands the context, and gives you an answer. In short, that's the LLM. And then we have the MCP, which stands for the Model Context Protocol. MCP is a context-based communication protocol that allows the AI to actually do something. Now, in addition to the capacity for data processing and providing a probabilistic response, we can take the AI's response and ask it to execute an action based on that output. The protocol provides AI agents with a simple, standardized way to connect to tools, data, and services. Instead of just answering questions, agents can now execute tasks. It is an open source standard developed by Anthropic, and most AI agents have already adopted it. MCP versus traditional APIs. How does it work? There are some differences between MCP and traditional API communication with AI. But first, what are the differences between MCP and traditional API approaches? Logic integration. Totally manual and customized unique logic for each project. Difficult to reuse logic and construction are completely dynamic. It has a single official communication standard. Respect the standard and you can connect anything. Standard reusability cannot be reused. You need to create an API for each topic, can be reused for everything. The protocol allows the client and server to communicate in a single standard. Flexibility totally rigid. It was built one way and only works that way, fully adaptable to the environment, allows for a much more fluid creation process. Tools hard-coded fixed functionality. What it executes cannot change easily. You add a new tool or feature to the server and the AI recognizes it without needing any changes. Context manual. You define the context. In addition to the AI using the context it inferred from the prompt, you can provide more context to it, documents supporting links to increase its understanding. Compatibility. Totally limited. Only solves the problem it was created for native support. It is the native standard for how AIs communicate with a server. MCP architecture. How does the architecture work? The MCP host, the AI connects to several MCP servers. Each server exposes a different tool or resource. The MCP server acts as an intelligent adapter for a tool or application. It knows how to receive a request from the AI. The MCP client runs inside the assistant or application, whether cloud, desktop, or custom built. It recognizes the need to use a tool and communicates through it with the server. Communication flow, example, check my schedule. One host client, AI, asks the server to provide the list of all tools, features it is capable of handling. Tool list. The server returns a list of everything it can do to the MCP client. 3. Prompt. The host receives a prompt. If the prompt's context asks to do something age, I want to know my schedule for today, the AI agent doesn't know the answer because it's external data. 4. Client checks. The client checks the list to see if anything is related to scheduling. 5. Server communication. If the client identifies that one of the listed MCP servers is the Google Calendar or scheduling server, it sends a call to that server. 6. Execution. The server triggers the action, looking up the calendar. 7. Response. The server returns the response, the appointments, or an error to the MCP client. This response is in JSON and follows a defined standard. 8. Host presence. The host transforms this response into a humanly understandable format and presents it to the user. Communication protocol. The MCP protocol is what keeps everything structured. It defines how the client and server communicate. We have 2 main layers. One is TDIO, standard input-output. Basically a console application that listens, waiting for interaction from the AI. The AI throws its JSON into the terminal processes it, and returns a response. 2. HTTP. Communication via HTTP, where the client requests a server and the server returns something to the AI. The JSON used is JSON RPC, Remote Procedure Call version 20 for this communication. JSON RPC example. Client AI passes a method called toolList, requesting the server to list all tools. Server executes a routine to check all available tools and returns a list to the client. In the response, it returns a list of tools. For example, the tool MCP tool creates spreadsheet. Properties. The data inside properties is customizable. This is where you inform the client what is needed for the tool to function. Age, columns, path, values required. Defines which fields are mandatory. MCP extensibility. How can we extend AI processing and expand its powers? Add tools. We can add tools to extend the AI's power beyond processing. It now executes. Routine automation. We can automate daily routines. Examples include creating an MCP that connects to Jira to log hours or one that monitors email to summarize the most important ones. Access APIs. Through the MCP server, the AI can access any API. You can create an MCP server that connects to various points of your system or external APIs, retrieving information the AI can reach any point. Automate the IDE. We can even automate the IDE like Delphi. Delphi has the Atoms API. Nothing prevents us from putting an MCP server inside it to integrate with AI and bring AI responses directly into the IDE. We can leverage the AI's strength, data processing, and analysis, and couple this machine learning with our own context. This provides us with more analytical information to make better decisions. Benefits and security of the MCP architecture. What are the benefits of using this architecture? Security. This is a very interesting topic. Modularity. One server for each data source. You can modularize your software and make it more granular. Standardization. You write one server and it will work for any MCP client, ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, etc. Protocol is universal. High decoupling. You can decouple the functions of your system and use them via an AI prompt. Decoupling example. Instead of opening the customer registration menu, you can simply type in the AI prompt. Register customer Daniel, age, lives in, phone. The AI will structure this information, send it to the MCP server, and the server will persist it in the database. Security. Security is inherent in the MCP architecture itself. The risk model is inverted. Instead of trying to lock down the LLM, it places the LLM on the outside and gives it a controlled and auditable set of tools to interact with the world. The security principles are isolation. The architecture is client-server. The LLM never touches your system. The MCP server is the one executing the routine. Access control. Configured on the server, you can apply the principle of least privilege. Non-repudiation. We have various logs for auditing. The LLM's log provides traceability for everything that was requested, executed, and responded to. Secret management. Credentials and API keys stay on the MCP server and are not exposed to the LLM. The sensitive part stays on the server. Protection. Always clean and verify the data before executing the task for security. Context. The MCP, Model Context Protocol, is the window to the real world. Internal knowledge, static context. This is the internal knowledge the AI possesses, the petabytes of text and data it was trained on historically up to 2023. It derives context by understanding the user's question based on statistics and its trained data. Dynamic context, MCP. This is where we pass external resources to the AI. Resources. You can increase the AI's processing capability by giving it more context. This can be a text file, PDF, spreadsheet, or documentation. Prompts. We also have customizable prompts. In addition to the prompt the user typed into the host, you attach a personalized prompt to be used. Alright everyone, now let's explore everything we've discussed in practice. It's a lot of information, I know, but it's simpler than it seems. So let's see how the Dynos DMCP server works. It is a completely open source project available on GitHub and also through Embarcadero's Gedit. The source code is quite simple. It is not a component per se, but rather a library. All the documentation is available. The current version will still have the addition of some future features. You can install it using boss install or simply by performing a git clone. The important part is the content of the source folder. You just need to add these source files to your project or include them in Delphi's library path to start using it. We have all the documentation available, including the protocols it supports so far, HTTP and STDIO. The documentation details how to register your callback, how to create the server, how to add resources, and how to configure it, for example, in an environment like Claude AI. Let's see this in practice. I have my Delphi open, and this is the example of the MCP server. It works like this. You can add all the source files from the source folder to your project. There is no need to add the test project itself, as it is only for demonstration. For MCP, both for STDO and HTTP, we use the Delphi console application. With the console application created, we need to configure a few things. With the Dynos DMCP project sources referenced, we have access to the classes. We will use the DMCP server register class. We retrieve its interface and from there use the fluent interface pattern, which allows us to chain the configuration calls. How does this work? You create your DMCP and set whether you want it to generate execution logs. When set to true, it will generate the logs alongside your exe, which greatly helps with debugging. Define protocol and host. The default protocol is STDIO if you don't specify anything. For HTTP, you need to define which port and which host you want to run on. I'm using the default, but you can host this on a public server and then just pass the URL to your MCP client. Remember, this could also be an API that the MCP can consult. Define server information, the name of your server and its version. Define resources. If you want to extend the LLM's knowledge about the service or routine being provided, you can pass a text document, a spreadsheet, or any content the LLM can read and use as context for executing your action. The most important part is action registration. Description. Give the LLM a brief description so it knows when to use this tool. Tool registration. For every action you have, you will have a tool for it, and they are matched by the same name. Tool schema. You need to define the tool schema. Type. I usually use the object type, as I receive the parameters as JSON, which facilitates reading and processing the data on the server. Properties. These are the parameters you expect to receive. You define the type and description of each property. Required. Define everything that is mandatory. Everything you define here will be sent by the LLM to our server. For example, if I define location as mandatory and enable logs as optional, the LLM will send the location parameter to me. Once that's done, we issue the run command on the server and it will already be listening. How do we use this? If we use Claude AI, for example, the configuration is specific to each tool. In Claude, you need to indicate the MCP servers in a configuration node informing which servers Claude should consult. In my case, I have two MCPs, one for reading spreadsheets and one for generating a spreadsheet. When the protocol is HTTP, the server must be running and listening. When it's STDIO, it does not need to be pre-executing. In Cherry Studio, we can add our MCP server, inform the HTTP protocol and the port address. Saving, the LLM immediately recognizes the method and the resources we provided. Now if I ask the chat to use the MCP, it will find our MCP, request the necessary parameters. Our MCP will return a result. For MCP, we only need to generate a method with the following signature, which is our callback. Inside this proc, we can do whatever we want. For example, we can retrieve the location parameter using getParam. We can execute any Delphi code inside this callback. We can list daily payments, overdue payments, or any data you have in your system triggered by an LLM prompt. The return does not need to be manually freed from memory, as it is freed when the server stops. If an exception occurs, you have a standard to return the error. In a more interesting example, using the stdio standard, I created a server with several actions. For each action, I have a tool, and for each tool, I have a proc that needs to be executed. In this example, I use the Dynos Office component to work with spreadsheets. This allows me to read and create spreadsheets through the LM. I needed to map all existing ports, retrieve their lowcodes, and register them in the database. The LLM searched for these lowcodes on the web. It created a spreadsheet. It saved that spreadsheet as a CSV, and I inserted that CSV into the database. Result. It generates the spreadsheet for us using LibreOffice. I can also read this data by conversing naturally with the LM. Even with typos, the LLM can understand the context and execute the MCP commands. The client can be any LLM tool, and we can execute any Delphi code. The LM takes the spreadsheet results and generates a detailed analysis from them. I have a time tracking system and need to generate an overtime spreadsheet for the company every month. I created an MCP to solve this demand. I ask the LLM, generate the hour spreadsheet based on Jira. The LLM identifies the expected parameters, sends a request to the server. The server triggers a graphical screen, a Delphi open dialog. I can interact with this graphical part. Result: the system generates the summary of time tracking and work hours. As I said, it is more complex to understand the MCP concept than it is to actually use it. With Delphi, we open doors to do whatever we want. You just need to set up the server with these rules, registering your actions and your tools, and pointing them to your callbacks. Every time the LLM triggers one of these methods, it will execute the function in your Delphi code. Well, I hope you enjoyed it. That's all for today. Here is my contact information: Instagram, LinkedIn, email. If you have any questions, these are my contact details. Feel free to call me. Thank you for watching, and until next time.
So I'm rapidly trying to update some stuff in the background there whilst Daniel was talking, and I'm like, oh no, I'm running out of time. But I think I've done it now. Let me just do one more thing. BLE I am super multitasking. You have no idea. There you go. That's the other person. Right. Good. Okay. So Daniel has said that he can't make it today for the live Q&A, which is a shame because actually is a really good topic. And I liked what he was talking about. MCP is one of these things where I suspect in the future what's going to happen is that MCP is going to become way more relevant for people, because I think that I don't know about you in the chat rooms, and there's a few people asking about this. Anyone here using Copilot for the coding LLM? Yeah. So I know there are. In fact, someone's been showing some earlier in this week, but what was I trying to say? Yes, MCP. So I suspect that MCP in the future is probably going to become way more important to people than straightforward chat messages. To me, oh, there's a spammer. Go away, spammer. There you go. You are spammed. I think that the chat way of interacting with AI is probably going to become less of an importance, should we say? And the reason is that I just think that if you think about how things really kind of started off, and that was with Alexa devices, for example, they were probably the first ones to actually become useful devices. So many people say, hey, Alexa, I wonder if I'm triggering anybody's Alexa in the background there, but Alexa adds so-and-so to my shopping list, and Alexa, what's the weather like, and stuff like that. I don't know, maybe in your country it's different. I know they use different wake words in different countries. I believe Alexa is quite universal, but the same with Apple's device. I'm going to be careful how I say it, because if I say Siri, everything's lighting up. You see my watch and my phone, but the same with Android as well, and the Google wake word. And those were really the first I think, baby steps into getting to the point where something cool was happening with AI, or at least digital assistants. Now, obviously, since those devices came out and those interactions came out, LLMs and things like ChatGPT and Claude and all the others have become way more capable. I mean, they just leapfrogged over the kind of parameter-based mechanism that was used by Amazon's Alexa. And so I think that for me anyway, I see a vision of what Daniel was showing, an MCP server being way more powerful, because at the moment, mostly, people are asking questions like, oh, create a class, create an object, or explain why this doesn't work, or find bugs in my code, or highlight security problems. But I think that as we progress along with the development of AI, then I think MCP is going to become much more important. So adding MCP to your applications in order to stay relevant in a future that's coming up, and I suspect this will rapidly happen in Windows, and certainly Apple are scrabbling like crazy to do something with the AI, because I think they were very wrong-footed by AI. I think that like it or not, it's almost going to be forced on us. Those of you that are watching, I'm sure you remember Cortana, that came with Windows 10, I think. I don't think it was with Vista, but I think it was Windows 10. Cortana was a brave attempt by Microsoft to create a digital assistant. Losing my voice, hang on. Oh God, that's hot. And it was a bit of ahead of its time, and it wasn't that great. And I think they also panicked a little bit because there was a bit of a pushback from people saying, Cortana, oh my gosh, Microsoft are pushing stuff on them. Well, largely because unfortunately Microsoft had got a bit of a reputation at the time, undeserved or otherwise, for, lots of poking around and spamming you and stuff like that. There were lots of things that would appear. The first thing I ever do with the new version of Windows is turn a whole bunch of stuff off, because it really drives me crazy. I don't need to know the news about, somewhere that I have zero interest in, zero local interest. Oh, we'll make it more local. I don't want the news to appear on my PC until I ask it to. I don't want you to push it down. I mean, it's it's good to know stock values and things like that, but I don't need to see it all the time on my PC. And that was where I think Cortana really fell flat, and some of the initiatives that Microsoft did. MCP servers, where they're interacting with your program. If your program is, say, a payroll package, or a factory management package, or a documentation package, or customer service package, or anything like that, Claude and all these other chatbots, certainly once they start living in the operating systems a bit more on the devices that we're using, your device, if it implements an MCP server, really you're going to become part of that new frontier. And if you don't, it's very possible that you might become viewed as old-fashioned, which is a problem that many Windows programmers already have. Someone says, I have a mantra, software is not a service. Yeah, well, it depends. I see where you're coming from, Melvin. By the way, I owe you an email. I think I've already replied back, but I will be replying a bit more. But yes, I think, it's not a service. It depends on what it is. Some things like your email, I think you could argue it is a service, actually. That, your email nowadays, it's almost impossible to do business without having a significant sort of impact on your life with the emails. So, and there's a bit of discussion around that. So anyway, that was Dan Fernandez. Stefan's still around. He's got nothing better to do. No, joking. But as he said, MCP very interesting, but having 200 of these servers helping you might be degrading the experience and results. It seems that Microsoft will now break Notepad even more. Yes, it's weird. And actually, one thing, if any of you have ever watched me do a presentation on GUIs, graphical user interfaces, which is kind of my thing, it became a thing because I'm good at it. but also it became a thing because I've noticed a lot of people giving advice I didn't agree with. The weirdest thing about graphical user interfaces is and functionality behind the scenes is the weather apps on nearly all operating systems do a lot more than you would think. And they usually are the places where the operating system vendors like Apple and Microsoft and all the others, Google, implement new user paradigms, new user interface techniques and ideas. And the same happened with Calculator for a while, although it's one of the few things that still remains with that skeuomorphic design. A calculator app looks like the old-fashioned calculators you used to type on. Whereas everything else, like Notepad and all those other things, went away from skeuomorphism and became more window-based or design-based. But as you say there, Stefan, that Microsoft did some changes to Notepad, made it multi-tabbed and support dark mode and light mode, but they're also doing other things in it where you question the sanity of it. Your Notepad, you want it to be a text note-taking thing. That's really, I don't know about you, but that's what I want it to be. I don't want it to do all sorts of other random stuff and go, oh, I see you've got a note here and you mention Philadelphia. Or the weather in Philadelphia this afternoon will be rainy. I don't care. Philadelphia, it's talking about a type of cheese called Philadelphia, not the state. So it's just, I don't know. There's a wrong way and right way to use AI, and I think making the point about once everything's implementing MCP, and everybody's going to, it's going to start to get a bit of a nightmare. Patrick says the microservices architecture with MCP microservers pointing to APIs distributed somewhere in the cloud can become fun. Oh, yeah. So Dino's is there. This is Daniel. Daniel, my friend, don't worry. Look, I will just remind everybody that if you ever meet Daniel, get him to show you his arm. He's got quite a few tattoos, actually. I follow him on Instagram. I think he's his wife now. I think he got married, but they're always going somewhere wonderful. He's a very hard-working guy, and that's Daniel's arm, the Delphi tattoo. So, dude, you get a free pass forever. I told you that before. Great session by Daniel. I'm glad you could join in. It's it's good fun. And for those of you that wanted to know more, Daniel's GitHub there, which is up in there. If you go to there, there's all sorts of code in there and things like that. Not just about MC, but other things as well. But he says he has to work. Well, fancy letting work get in the way. I'm just kidding. Thanks a lot. Okay, so we have got some spare time, and the next session after this is only. Yes, I love that tattoo. Yes, of course you do. Yeah, it's a Delphi tattoo. It's funny. And Daniel says, thanks, in. No problem, my friend. So the next session coming up after this is from Dave Nottage. It's only 20 minutes long, so I'm going to do a giveaway because we've got a whole bunch of things to give away. And more importantly, or just as importantly, we also, believe it or not, have someone else giving away some licenses. That is, let me just tell you about that now. I'm going to put this on the. Dino says, Daniel says, if you like, you can see this project there. Yes, at his GitHub, but he's got it other places as well. But anyway, if you haven't already, if you want to take part in the giveaways from our partners and sponsors, it's not us giving away things, it's them, by the way. They're being incredibly generous. Go to here, coderage.embarcadero.com. Register. It's the only way I have of knowing your email address and your name, and otherwise I can't pick you. Okay, so go there. There are some terms and conditions. If that doesn't redirect for you, the other place you can go to is go directly to the page blogs.embarcadero.com/CodeRage-2025. Go there. There's a thing that says view the giveaways. and you'll be able to see what we're giving away. But lordy, what did we get today but an email from Steamer, who do T-Chart. If you don't know what T-Chart looks like, let me just very briefly, I'm going to share my screen. Let me see if I can do it. Hold on. Entire screen. This one. So I'm going to share my screen down here. If you don't know what that looks like, let me see if I've got one here. Oh, this is a good one. I think this works. Yes. So you can do some very cool things. So you can see here that this is all transparent. So there's my desktop background. And you can see that I've got a transparent chart there. And this is a glass, so it won't show up very well on the, what's the word I'm looking for? It won't show up very well on the stream. And I'll just go back to my stream so I can see what I'm showing. Yes, it is in frame. But it's got transparency and all the rest of it. But the graph there is a Steamer T-chart. And Steamer have very generously said that they are going to give away, and let me just make sure I get the correct wording. They're giving away 6 licenses of T-Chart Pro, VCL, and FMX. That's worth, they sell that normally for $527 US, so it's worth quite a lot. That's just one of the apps. As you can see, it's my little glass kind of replication app, but there are others as well. Let me see if I've got Dark Dash. Yes, this one, for example. Pull this over. I don't even know if this will work because it uses database in the background, but if I go like this, all these graphs here, that I know they're boring graphs, but all of these graphs here are all T-chart graphs. This is a FireMonkey app, so this will work on Mac. It'll work on Linux, work on other things as well. But this is what Steamer can do. You can do some very, very cool things, and they've just entered that in there. Now we're probably going to give away their licenses on Monday. So if you want to, make sure that you go to that link that you see on the screen there and register. That way I know who you are and I can put it up. Now, apologies, the screen is going to flash for a second whilst I put up the right thing. This is the page that you will see, and you just go to there and say view the giveaways and register, and you will be able to see what we've got. I believe they're updating it now with the other sponsored items. But DevArt very generously given away a free, 10 licenses, actually not a free, 10 licenses for Unidac Pro, which is a really great product. If you do any database apps, that's what we do. Mitov Software, Boyan Mitov is nearly always in the chat, even though he's too busy to talk to tonight. He's got a lot going on. But complete sets of all Mitov software products. We've given away a few of those already. Some runtime licenses for their stuff. A pro license for Visuino. Steamer does it, has something to do with the web. Go to steamer.com and have a look. That's the question that's being shown on the screen there. Does it have something to do with the web? Go to steamer.com, literally as it's spelled there, STEMA.com, and you'll be able to read all about what they do, and then come back to me. Mitov standard license for Visuino or a pro license for Visuino. We're giving a few away of those. We've given a couple away already, and we've got some more to come. And then a 25% discount code for the whole of CodeRage. And Nostish, who do these products here. One of these, you can pick any one you like. We're giving away 2 licenses. I think we gave away one yesterday. Let me just check. Actually, we gave away both of them, actually, so that's no longer available. So sorry about that. We need to update our website, but that's no longer available. And Piganza, they're giving away 1 Pascal Analyzer license and 1 Pascal Expert license. But we've actually already given away the Analyzer, so all we've got left now is the Pascal Expert license. And then Steamer, as I said earlier on, they're giving away some licenses as well. So The question remains, how do we do this? Now, let me just pick the right thing up. Hold on 1 second. Sorry for the flashing. I need to find the right page. Where's my little chart gone? How am I? Oh, yes, I remember what it is. It is this one. So, how am I going to do this? Well, I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to pick the random number generator. Where have you gone? This thing about Windows, isn't it? Let's do that, and I'll pick it up. I'm going to use the Google random number generator. There it is. I knew it was there somewhere. So Google's random number generator. You go to the right, and you go to the left. There. So the way that I do this, and I'm going to do some more later on today because we've got some other shorter sessions, is starting at row 2, go down to row 2078. That's as of 6:30 a.m. this morning. Except for those ones that are in red. If the person's in red, that means they've already been given a giveaway, and I want to spread the love as much as possible. And also, it was one of the things that our sponsor said is they didn't want people having like 5 licenses and nobody having any others. So we're going to Frank Huffy says, don't hit X. Okay, yeah, I'll try not to. But we're going to use the random number generator. So just to recap, we're going to go down there, and it's from row 2 to row 2078. Okay. Now, for those of you that want to confirm, I am not using anything. Someone has sent me a Delphi program to do this, and I'm going to explain either later today or Monday why I'm not going to use a Delphi program, but I will show their code because they very nicely wrote me the code, and I feel like we should at least we should at least show their code because they put some effort in. But the one reason that I'm doing that is because I want it to be a service that I have absolutely nothing to do with, to pick these random numbers. Okay, and I think that we're pretty safe with Google to do that. So let's pick someone to receive the 1-year professional license for DevArts Unidac product. So let's just copy that from here, and I'm going to hit that now and say 1247. And we did try using shortcuts the other day and nearly killed this machine and closed the ended the broadcast. So 1247, row 1247 is Matthias Burbach, and that is a 1-year license for Steamer. For DevArts Unidac product. Okay, and that's that one. And then the next one is another license for the Unidac product. So let's hit the random number generator, and it is 1050. Kirsten Chalice. Okay, that person, unfortunately, we cannot have them taking part. And the reason is that's actually an employee. I think that might be a test system. So we'll try again. Sorry, Kirsten, if you wanted that, you're out of luck. But 231 is the next number. 231. Brian, I'm going to say your name is spelled Megwe. I apologize if it's not, but let me just pick your name up again. And that is for a 1-year professional license for Unidac, 231. And yesterday I did pick the wrong number, but we corrected it live on air. So just in case, keep an eye on me. You know I do these random things. And let's the next one. Let's give away another Unidac Pro license. 1029. And that is, I know I can jump to it, but not how I do it. Kemal Aydin. Congratulations to you. And you are getting one of those. And that's very nice of DevArt. And we'll be putting the links up for DevArt later and talking about all of our sponsors and giving you a look at what they're doing. My dog seems to be doing something crazy in the background there. The next one I'm going to give away is a license for dog. I apologize. My dog is doing something very random in the background there. A Mitoff license, runtime license with source code. Number 177. 177. Ooh, so close to someone. Yuri Babic. That one. And we're going to go for another one again. 756. And I want to thank the sponsors, Mitoff Software, mitoff.com. And go to the page and you can read more about them. What one was it? 756. 756. We'll give some more of those away later. And then I think that our sheet has got a mistake on it. Let me just check this for a second, because I believe that someone has put down the wrong thing. Visuino Pro. Yeah, there's that. Okay, so this is actually a Visuino Basic license. On my little check sheet I have next to me here, because we're making sure we're not giving away the wrong things. They've put Visuino Pro, but it's actually a license for Visuino Basic, and this is 1567. 15. Five, 6, 7, and that is Randy Sakura. Congratulations, Randy. Now, that's what I'm going to give away for now. Okay, I'm going to do some later because we do have some shorter sessions later as well, and we'll make sure that we email everybody. The emails are going to take a day or two because we have to coordinate and double check that what we did. Oh, someone said can't see who it is. Okay, well, we can fix that. Let's just sorry, my apologies. Let me just filter that. Can I do that on here? I can do it on this little reduced view. So let's try again. Sort and filter, and then we just say get rid of the blanks. And then so these are the people that we picked today. Yuri Babic, Mitoff runtime license with source code. Brian Mege, I don't know how to pronounce his name, I apologize. And someone was asking who is 756. Number 756 is Hector Sosa. Okay, and I apologize. I realize what you're saying now. I can't actually see my screen and look over here at the same time, so I didn't quite see what was going on, but I can assure you that's who it was. 756. 1029 is Kemal Aydin, and 1 year professional license with that. Matthias Burbach, Randy Secure. Congratulations to them, and we will be in touch. shortly with some more information. We will email you. Now, like I said before, I'm just going to stop screen sharing now. It's a lot to get on. Someone did send me the source code for an app that would do this automatically. I get it, and actually we could have written an app ourselves to do this. Of course, we're software developers, and also it'd be nice to show Delphi. The reason I personally chose not to do that is that I did not want anybody to accuse us of having a bug in the program or some problem with the runtime or whatever. And I also thought that if I did pick a Delphi program to do it, we would have 55 different people telling us, oh, you should have randomized it this way, and then you should have used Google's random number API service to generate a random number. We would have been there forever. And I think it was just be better to pick a completely independent third party to randomly pick those numbers. And you can't get more independent than Google. I have no influence over their code. Their random number generator has been out there for a long time. Google would have tested it to make sure it was properly random. So I hope that was made sense. It's a bit clunky me picking it this way, but also more importantly, all of you in the chat and all of you watching the replay now absolutely can see what's going on, see that there's no sleight of hand. And I did make a mistake yesterday, and it was corrected live on air, on camera. So we don't get away with messing these things up because you're all watching. I know what you're doing. Anyway, after this, we've got loads more licenses to give away. And next week, we've got some Steamer licenses as well to give away, STEEMA. It only came through this morning. Otherwise, I would have done more today. And as Melvin says, has my mouse stopped working again? Oh, wow. What's going on with my mouse? Oh, here it is. Okay, it's working now. There's something weird about my mouse on my computer that I have got an expensive Razer one. Is it Razer? MSI. And it's been working for years, and all of a sudden it's just started being useless. And yes, as someone says, don't forget to save the Excel file. Good point. I've just done that now. Thank you for doing that. But hilarious. Yes, you can't please everyone. Yeah, no, I know. They sent us the program saying, well, why didn't you use Delphi? Well, I get it, but it's important to be seen to be completely impartial in this, okay? And that's why I did it. Don't forget to save the Excel file. Yes, I have done that. Thank you. And also, it's on screen, so you can all scroll it back and go, what? Why didn't so-and-so get it? And, if you want to take part, and everyone knows how to make a better mousetrap, yes, of course, that's how it works. And it has a wire, yes. I actually don't use wireless mice, so it is what it is. If you want to take part, if you're watching this on YouTube, click on like and subscribe. I don't care about the likes actually, because I'm not really bothered. But what I care about on YouTube is if you click on subscribe on that subscribe button, or LinkedIn, or I think we're on Twitch and Meta Live and a few other places. If you click on like and subscribe, or at least subscribe, when we go live, you'll get notified. And so you don't have to worry about, oh, I didn't receive the email, I didn't get notified. It's there. It is on our Embarcadero Tech channel as well. So if you are a subscriber, you'll automatically get told. We won't know who you are. Because that's the beauty of YouTube, is you can be a subscriber and I have no idea who you are. They give us some statistics about what parts of the world you're in, which is great, but no emails, nothing like that. So I can't spam you. However, in order to take part in the giveaways, you need to register. Okay, because of that system from YouTube, I don't know. I can't email you and tell you won. And what we don't want to do is say, Ian Barker, you've won a free license to Mitoff or something like that. And then we can't, we get 50 people emailing saying, that's me. And we go, well, which one are you? I won't know, because, people hijack the chat and things like that as well. So the mechanism we've got, is the only mechanism I have that seems relatively fair, is go into here, coderage.embarcadero.com, click on the thing that says view giveaways, and then fill in your actual name and email address. We'll get it from there. If that URL doesn't redirect, and sometimes it doesn't, it's something to do with people's internet and something like that, it actually will redirect to blogs.embarcadero.com/CodeRage-2025. And if you go there, that's the page that I showed you earlier with all the giveaways on. And like I say, we've got more coming up next week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and some great ones from Steamer. We're probably going to dedicate a significant chunk of time to giving away the final giveaways, but we've got lots to go, 20, 30 different things, I think, to give away. So it's all good fun. And Helios says, we will donate to Ian with a wireless mouse. Actually, I don't like a wireless mouse. I've actually got one. You can just about see this green thing here. If I just hide that, you'll see it. This green thing here is a Mac with a massive screen. You can see the reflection. Ooh, look, the reflection of my Mac screen on me there, and it's ginormous. And I have got a wireless keyboard and a wireless mouse, and they drive me crazy because they just do. I've used them in the past. I prefer wired ones. I'm a software developer, and I want my stuff to work. I don't care if it's got wires hanging off it. And I don't use cable management. I hate cable management. I used to have to do it for a living at one point. Oh God, no. Anyway, so that's the giveaway for now. We'll do some more later and do some more next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Make sure you've subscribed. The next session coming up is from a very, very well-respected software developer, and that is Dave Nottage. He has a site called Delphi Worlds, and in fact, he's in the green room. I see him in the green room. Hi, Dave. You're not live on air, so nobody can see what you're doing. Don't do anything disgusting because I can see you. I'm sure he wouldn't. It's probably really early in the morning for him as well. So he lives in Australia. But anyway, it's a relatively short session, but Dave will be here live. You need to watch this if you are thinking about doing anything cool with Android, because Dave is the master at this, and Delphi Worlds is the place to go to and hang out, because it's just, for me, it's become like the destination for people writing any mobile apps. Dave has a product called Castry that he manages as well. It's open source. The Castry library is very popular and used by a lot of people. The bits that we don't do at Embarcadero, Castry makes up for that. And in the chat groups there and on the Slack groups there at Delphi Worlds, if you're writing any form of mobile apps, you should be using Delphi Worlds as your place to go and ask questions and hang out with people, because everybody there knows what they're talking about, and you're free to ask questions. But anyway, enough of that before Dave can't get his head through the door after I make him feel so cool about it. But this is Dave's video, and he'll be joining us live in about 20 minutes. Modern Android Services with Dave Nottage.
Hello and welcome to this CodeRage 2025 session on Modern Android Services with Delphi. I'm Dave Nottage, independent software consultant and Embarcadero MVP. I'm also the author of Castry, a cross-platform library for Delphi that implements many features, especially for mobile. This session will cover why you might want to use a service, how the service should execute, some points about Android's philosophy about background execution, using Android services in Delphi. Then we'll look at a demo app and also discuss what the next steps might be for that app. So why would you want to use a service? The reasons include that the code runs independent of the application, it can run when the application is not running, and in some cases it can run at boot time. You should also consider whether you really need a service. You might want to look at using threads instead, or deferring tasks until the application is in the foreground, for example. You should also consider how the service should execute. In other words, run once, run without stopping, or run when system events occur. In the case of running once, the code will execute and the service can stop. It can still be long running, in other words, it can execute over a period of minutes, and the app can also quit while the service continues. Examples of where a service might run without stopping is playing media such as audio and or video, and also for location updates, for which I'll be showing a demo later. Here are some examples of services that might run when system events occur, such as location changes, the battery state, screen state, which is an interesting one. I have been questioning why you might want to respond to those. Same goes for time and date changes and application state. Responding to SMS and telephony events make a bit more sense, although Android have restricted these so they actually need to have permission from Google. And for whatever reason, you might want an Android service that responds to things like a headset being plugged in or being unplugged, external media being connected or disconnected, or Bluetooth becoming available or unavailable. Over the years, Android have changed their philosophy quite a bit regarding background execution. They're now laser focused on things like battery efficiency and having code run only when really necessary. Android now recommend using the Worker and Work Manager for occasional tasks, even for those that recur. However, these are yet to be implemented in Delphi. They now also recommend that you avoid using services that run continuously. However, in this session we're going to buck that trend. In Delphi, we're limited to service or intent service, which is actually a job intent service Java class under the hood. With these, we can still achieve an end result which is similar to Worker, but not exactly the same. The demo app uses a plain service, however, configuration will allow it to run continuously in the background. I'll show how to create the application project, add the service to it, configure the project options, do a bit of tweaking of the manifest, adding location monitoring, and adding communication so that the service can communicate with the app. So now let's dive into creating an Android app that uses a service. Note that the latter part of this demo depends on code available in the Castry repo. You could otherwise implement those parts yourself. First thing is to create an FMX application. This one starts with a blank application. I'm naming this one ABL Sticky. The ABL stands for Android Background Location, and the sticky refers to the result returned in the service start command, which will be seen later. I'll change the target platform to Android 32-bit and save this straight away. I'll save the group project, giving it a similar name. Next, I'll add a new project to the group, an Android service, and this will be a local service. I'll save the service project to a subfolder of the application project. Name that subfolder service, and name the project ABL Sticky Service. I'll rename Unit 2 to something a bit more meaningful, abls.serviceModule. The ABL part being obvious, and the S meaning service. I'll change the class group to T-Persistent, since T-Control could not even be used here, and name the service Service Module. Now, in order to associate the service project with the application project, first the service project must be built at least once. Now I can expand the target platforms of the app project, right-click Android 32-bit, and click Add Service. I'll leave the Search Files option selected and click Next. Click the ellipsis button to select the base path, and the service folder is already selected, so click Select Folder and click Next. This should automatically detect the files generated when the service project was built. Click Finish. This has now associated the service project with the application. Two things to notice. The service module has been added to the application project. This is intended for when binding to a service from the application. However, in this case I will not be, and binding to a service actually does not work in later versions of Android without patching Delphi source. Hopefully this will be fixed in a patch or update. So I'll remove the unit from the application project. The second thing is that under the libraries node, ablstickyservice.jar has been added. The IDE uses the template.java files that it generated to compile Java code that results in this jar file. I started with the Android 32-bit target because the IDE will use this same jar file when compiling the application for either 32-bit or 64-bit. The jar file is bitness agnostic. The process I just described is how the skeleton of an Android application that uses a service can be created 99.9% of the time. Now for some specifics. This demo app requires some permissions in order for it to function, some of which will need to be requested at runtime. I'll select all configurations since these permissions will be needed regardless of whether for debug or for release. First, the foreground service permission, since this app will require for the service to be in the foreground, i.e. when the app is in the background. And, as discussed earlier, more recent versions of Android also require a foreground service type. In this case, we'll use location. In the dangerous permissions section, which also need to be requested at runtime, in order for it to receive location updates when the app is in the background, the access background location permission is required. Repeat this for Android 64-bit. One of the requirements for a foreground service on Android is that the service entry in the manifest must specify the foreground service type. Delphi is yet to support this, so a slight workaround is required. To do this, ensure that Android manifest.template.xml is present in the app project folder and replace the service's template tag with a complete entry for the service, which in this case looks like this. The next step is to code the onStart command event in the service. First, I need to add a unit to the implementation users clause to include a unit where required types are declared. Here, the result will mostly be either start sticky or start non-sticky. This will determine whether or not the service is resurrected if the system kills it to free up memory. Start non-sticky means I do not care to be resurrected. Start sticky means yes please do resurrect me. There is at least one caveat to the start sticky result. If the user forcibly quits the app by swiping the app away using the app switcher, the service will also terminate. This scenario can be allowed for, and I may add it to the final demo source. This next part is where the demo code relies on code from Castry, so I'll add paths in the project options so that the compiler will find it. The service will need paths for the API, core, and features location folders. When the service is started, if the app is in the background, the service will need to be put into the foreground. To this end, the demo uses a convenience class called tServiceManager, which is in a unit in the core folder of Castry called dw.servicemanager.android. T-Service Manager implements methods that can be used in virtually any service that includes being put into the foreground. Now, by the magic of television, let's add that code to the service. When creating the instance of T-Service Manager, it accepts a reference to the underlying Java service property. Then, Start Foreground is called, passing a caption and text for the notification, plus a channel ID and a channel name. If such a channel does not exist, it is created for you. Note that Start Foreground is called without checking whether or not the app is in the background. I am yet to find a reliable way of determining this. However, Android seems to allow this regardless. Perhaps it will not sometime in the future. Next, I'll add monitoring of location updates. Castry has an implementation for this using fused location services, which has been the recommended method for some time now. You could try your hand at using T-Location Sensor, which comes with Delphi. The fused location support in Castry requires a Java library which needs to be added to the app project. So I'll add that, which is dwfuselocation 3.0.0.jar, to the libraries node of the Android 32-bit target. Using location services requires a metadata entry in Android manifest.template.xml, so I'll add that. This relates to Google Play services. Now again, by the magic of television, the service module now implements an interface, iFusedLocationOwner, which is used by the T-FusedLocation instance to forward location data when it arrives and to notify when the status has changed. Note that calling start with no parameters starts location monitoring using the default settings. In the location received method, this is where you would do the real work. For example, just store the data for later access, or so that the app can access it, or perhaps send the data to a remote server. In this demo, it will just use a method of communicating the data to the application. As discussed earlier, binding to a service fails on the latest versions of Android without patching the Delphi source. Either way, another method of communicating with the app is via what are called local broadcasts. This has been made convenient in the DW Local Broadcast Android unit in Castry. The local broadcast reference is created at unit initialization time. In location received, I've added code that simply sends what is referred to as a message, which has very simple JSON with just the latitude and longitude of the location data. You could expand this to send more information. You might also choose some other communication method such as TCP/IP, etc. That completes the server side of things. Now the app needs code to request permissions and to receive messages from the service. In the application project, I have modified Unit 1 to add a couple of buttons and a memo. The DW Locations unit in Castry is once again convenience code for something you might implement yourself. However, it should be able to cover most scenarios. In the Start button click event, the request background method of location permissions is called. This requests the minimum required permissions for location updates that need to also operate in the background. If the user denies the access background location part of the request, the location updates will still work, however just when the app is active. If the required permissions are granted, Start Service is called, which I'll implement next. Yet another unit with convenience code in Castry is in DW Service Client Android. This goes beyond what T-Service connection which comes with Delphi provides. T-Service Client optionally allows the intent that is used to start the service to be customized. An instance is created in the overridden create method of the main form, and in Start Service, the start method of the service client is called. In order for the app to receive the local broadcast from the service, a receiver is needed in the app. In this case, I will use the T multi-receiver class from the DW multi-receiver Android unit in Castry. This requires DW Castry base 3.0.0 jar library from Castry, so I'll add that to the libraries node. In the main form unit, I've designed a class called T-Service Message Receiver, descended from the T multi-receiver, which will handle receiving messages from the service. It simply passes the string contained in the message to the handler in the form, which outputs the time and the contents of the message. This code could be modified to actually parse the JSON in the string. That completes the coding of the application. Now let's see it in action. This is my Pixel 6 Pro device. Probably call it ancient now, but it does run Android 16. So I'll start the app, tap the start button, and I will want location updates when I use the app, so I'll respond to that. Now this is a message from the demo explaining that it needs location updates in the background, so I need to respond appropriately after I tap OK. I respond with allow all the time to allow background updates. Et voila! We have location updates from the service being sent to the app and displayed in the memo. Those taking note of the coordinates can plug them into their ICBM launchers now. You'll notice that it's continuing to emit the same value. I'm not exactly sure why, but it does mean that I can check the updates are occurring when the app is not active. So let's check that now. Last update was 2:23:31. I'll switch to the home screen and wait a little while. Just talk amongst yourselves. How about that football team, eh? Maybe a little longer. Okay, perhaps a little longer. Yeah, okay, now I'll switch back to the app. And there we have an update that occurred 13 seconds after I switched to the home screen. So location updates are happening in the background. Let's move on to next steps. This demo has provided a decent foundation. However, there are a number of enhancements that could be made, like customizing the settings when location updates are started, stopping location updates, enhancing the messaging to include more info, and anything else that I haven't thought of. In conclusion, you might have come to realise that adding services to Delphi is not for the faint of heart. I've personally gone through many pains in order to have something useful that works reliably. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to Q&A.
Can you hear any sirens going off, Dave? I just want to check because he's in the studio with us. Do they send the ICBMs or are you all right so far?
I'm okay at the moment. Just hang on, I'm listening for...
Yeah, exactly. Isn't it like 5 a.m. for you or something, or half 4?
Yeah, just after 5 a.m. So I'm actually normally up at this time on a Saturday. So it's not too...
Yeah, for those that don't know, he lives in Australia. So if you think he's weird when he says Saturday and I say, but it's Friday, it's actually because he time travels without even trying hard. Yeah, it's very good. Dave, that was a great session. Let me just put the QR code up again. 1 second. Okay, so up in the corner there of the right-hand corner, you can see the you can scan the Delphi world thing, and I want to just go to that for a second as well. I've got it shared on my screen. Not quite sure if this will work with both of us. Oh yeah, we can do it with both of us on the screen. There you go. Although I think I can do something cool like this. Whoa. So for those of you that don't know, this is Dave's website. So it's delphiworlds.com. Fairly easy. I mean, even though the AI wanted to spell Castry about 5 different ways, none of them correct. The AI subtitles kept saying Castry with a C, and then God knows what else.
Caster.
But yeah, exactly. But it is Castry with a K. But if you go here, this is Dave's website. I thoroughly recommend doing this. If you are going to write any form of mobile apps with Delphi, I strongly suggest you join Dave's Slack thing. Every time I do this, he gets a flood of people turn up and join. But maybe we've hit them all now. I don't know. But I can't say for certain. But it's. I say it because I always say this to people. Look, I wouldn't recommend things unless I thought they were good. And your Slack site is full of good bunch of people. It's a good Delphi user group anyway. But it is primarily, there's a lot of people there talking about mobile development. And yeah, I think it's fair to say that Delphi is good for mobile development, but there's still some holes. And Castry really does help with covering up the bits that we either haven't got to or can't get to, or we've done it in a way that could be more optimal, shall we say.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And Dave often messages me and we talk about stuff as well. But yeah, if you want to go to there, join his Slack team, and I think it's worthwhile. Is there anything in your blog? This is a bit live, isn't it? Go and see what happens on your blog.
Yes.
Ah.
Haven't posted it in the blog for a while. Oh, does that link not work? Oh, well, obviously that needs fixing.
I feel good about that, because I've just been told that our link for one of our sponsors isn't working and is generating a 404 error, which is a bit of a problem, isn't it?
Oh, I
Right.
tend to post on Twitter more than anything these days. So
Actually,
instead of writing huge blog posts.
Yeah, that link has actually just come up with the 404 as well, just FYI. So it came up with delphiworlds.com/blog, and then it's crashed. I'm sure you'll fix that later. But it doesn't really matter. I mean, the point is, if that Slack group is excellent, it is a great resource for the Delphi community, whether you use Castry or not. But if you do use Castry, there's some really great things there. And what kind of things are in Castry whilst we're talking about it? Given that I've made you get up super early, you may as well talk about Castry at the same time.
There's lots of different things. In fact, soon I'll be publishing the code for the demo. I think I see a question in the in the chat about where they can find more information on this. So that is one place. It'll be called ABL Sticky Demo, and of course that covers things like location services in the background.
Is that going to be on the Castry site?
Absolutely, yes. Like I said, I'll be publishing that very shortly.
Share that one on there.
There's so many things that are implemented in Castry. It's hard to think of any. Oh, look, you've got it up already. If you look at the features folder they're in,
this one, yeah,
that one. So yeah, you could use this as a guide as to what kind of features are implemented in Castry. So there's things like barcode reading, biometric connectivity, location, as I just said a minute ago, NFC, and I've just, as you can see in the notifications folder, I've recently updated that so that it adds support for actions in notifications. So that was as a result of a request from somebody that is in the Slack workspace.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. You're pretty responsive on there, and not only that, what I like about it is quite cooperative, because people come up with some suggestions as well and code.
Yes.
And say, hey, I tried this didn't work, but then I did this and it fixed it. And I think it's an amazing resource. You're a great guy. I mean, you're a nice guy anyway. I get on pretty well with you, even when we're not agreeing about something, because you're like, why is this bug still here? And I'm like,
yes.
But at the same time, you are a decent guy, and I think the amount of effort that goes into Castry, I'm always blown away by anybody that goes, oh, by the way, and it's completely free. You've got sponsorship,
Yeah.
I mean, I think you.
Yes, I do. So although it's free, I do accept donations, and as you said, there's GitHub sponsorship, which applies to the whole of Delphi Worlds. But it's of course, as you can read in the README, people that use Castro are encouraged to sponsor me. So, and I have a few.
I mean,
So
come on, if they look back and work out how long it would have taken them to sit there and struggle with something, even if it's the equivalent of a couple of hours pay or something like that, and I get it, not everybody's got a lot of money, but even a couple of hours pay, if enough people do that, it actually makes it worth your while a lot more. I know you use it for your own apps and things like that, but I think that people should. I always try and support anybody that's doing open source. If there's a really good open source project out there, we will help them with, Embarcadero will help with licenses and things like that as well.
awesome.
But I also try and make sure that people, if you've got sponsorship, that it sees the light of day, because the last thing you want to do is sit around, work so hard on this, and then nobody ever does anything. But I think that anybody that's using your services, come on, it doesn't matter if it's a couple of dollars, even if it is Australian dollars, which are worth about as much as a bottle top, but comparison to American dollars. But I think it's worth considering that. There are a few projects out there. I think the Skier for Delphi guys, I think they have a sponsorship, and a few others as well. I like that this can be done. I think it's very important. But Castor is a great project, and the amount of effort you put into it is insane, really hard. Well,
I know I am insane.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Well, we know that anyway. Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, well, interesting demo. I think that Android services is one of those things where it's actually quite soon into people producing applications that they suddenly realize they want one, a service to do something. And it's the nature of Android or even mobile apps in general that sooner or later the operating system has to manage your app much more closely than a Windows app. A Windows app can just splurge on memory and be running 24/7, even if you don't want it to. And it can have memory leaks and stuff like that, but it can't on a mobile device. And consequently, it's quite a harsh environment for your app, a mobile device. And,
yes.
Yeah, I mean, it is. And the other thing as well is that the thing that really bugs me is when someone says, we've got this desktop app and we're going to convert it into a mobile app. And I'm like, no, you should not do that. What you should do is work out why you need a mobile app and then create that.
Yeah.
Because trying to put everything that a desktop app does into a mobile app is a very bad idea. I don't know whether you agree or disagree, but
yes. Oh yeah, totally agree with that one.
Yeah, exactly. And you said a new Pixel 6 device or something like that?
Yeah, Pixel 6 Pro. Yeah, I've got a couple of devices. I originally had a Pixel 3a, which I still have, and even a Nexus 5X. Now that is truly ancient. I don't think I can upgrade it beyond Android 9.
I've got this is a Samsung S25, I think, whatever, Pro or Ultra actually.
Nexus 5X.
Yeah, and this is my iOS device. I've got others as well, but this is my. I carry both of these around. I look like a weird guy because I've got two phones, like I'm some kind of stockbroker or something. But it's actually, I'm a software developer. Everybody, that's why I have two phones. It's both of them have to be active in order to test things. I do have some devices that are not active. There you go. You see,
there's the Pixel 6.
Yeah, Pro. I like them. I thought about getting a Pixel 6, and over here, I don't know whether you get it in Australia, but with Pixels, you can have Google Fi, whatever they call it, some system. They were the first to do synchronous 1 gigabyte fiber connections in the United States. My brother-in-law is in Kansas City, and I think it was 7 or 8 years ago, maybe more, that he had a 1 gigabit fiber connection from Google, unmetered, always on, not on his phone, obviously, but They were the first to do it, and then nowadays AT&T here do it, and a few other things. My connection's like a 2.5 gig cable connection, which is pretty good as well. So
Wow.
yeah, we're kind of spoiled here. Actually, and that's my
Yes.
thing here. My connection, and this is in an apartment block. My connection here can actually do 5 gig, and it was like,
Whoa.
yeah, how much more extra, but I had no use for it. I literally went, I actually don't need it. Just me on my own, and the dog doesn't use the internet as far as I'm aware. You never know. He's a bit of a he's currently crashed out. This is his normal mode during webinars, is to just sleep and get bored with me talking nonsense for 24 hours a day. Yeah. All right. Well, is there anything you want to say before you go, or?
Actually, there was something that came to mind a minute ago. Was the people might be wondering about? I mean, it's in the README, but might be wondering about why on earth did you pick the name Castry? And the reason is, I was trying to come up with a name, and I thought, I want to make it something Delphi related. So I was looking through some information about the actual place called Delphi, and I came across some information that said that Delphi was leveled or something like that, and then they built a village on top of it, and the village was called Castry. So I thought, oh my God, that is perfect. I can call it Castry because it builds on top of Delphi. So
I think I'd read this as well, and I completely leaked out my brain because of lack of sleep, more rest of it. But yeah, so, that's good. Soledad Campos, she comes from Brazil, and earlier this year, I don't know what happened, but she decided, I think she changed jobs and decided to go on a European tour, and she actually went to Castry. I forgot to mention it. It was Delphi she said she was going to, but it was the village that was on top of it that she visited. Yeah. It's funny.
There's not much of Castry left, apparently.
No. I mean, she was taking pictures of rubble, stuff like that. But
bit of an omen.
yeah. Well, yeah. Let's hope not. Yeah. A lot of people are feeling very happy about your session. Kate Gunny, who actually does the mobile app, it's the only app, as far as I'm aware, he only does the mobile app. I could be wrong, Kate Gunny. Maybe it's a desktop app, but it's a good app. And he just told me the other day he's retired from his full-time job as well. So there you go. I'm going to. I've worked out if I'm very careful, I can retire as early as 143 years old. So I'm looking for something to look forward to. Not long now.
I'm never retiring. I mean, it might be retirement. It might be retirement on paper, but you can be assured that as long as I can use my fingers to type, I'll be using Delphi until I leave this earth. So
yeah, I mean, the chances of me retiring completely properly is nil, I think. Jeff Smith, who is actually a pretty good guy himself. Great work, Dave. Dave is definitely the mobile expert. Yes, I think that's very, very true. Paul Jackson says, yes, really great work. Oh, dear. You're just going to be insufferable after this, aren't you? And Maximilian Musterma. Wow, it sounds like he should be some king of a small dominion. I use Castry a lot, and it helps me on so many topics. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Maximilian.
Well, you go to the website. There's a donate button if you want to donate.
Yes.
And Kate Gunny says desktop only. Well, Gunny, dude, he's a gunny because he used to be a gunnery sergeant. That's why.
Yes. I don't know what he means by desktop only there.
He's only doing.
He does only.
Yeah, yes, I thought he did mobile as well, but he says it's desktop only.
Yes, I've seen his work.
Now's the time. He could, now that he's retired and got time on his hand, when he's done all the things he said he would do during retirement, which will be like the first 2 weeks, then he's going to sit around and go, now what do I do? So, that's what happened to my father, bless him. He suddenly realized that he was bored out of his mind. Bless him. Yeah, it's excellent. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Dave. Thanks for waking up so early. I know you say you start early. I'm an early riser myself, but even so, this is super early, 4:30, 5 in the morning or whatever it is pretty crazy. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks very much.
All right. No worries. Thanks a lot. That's Dave Nottage, and we'll see him another time, I'm sure. Thanks, Dave. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
All right, Dave Nottage there, and like I say, go to Delphi World if you've got anything to do with mobile. And JPM, there's JP says thanks to the iOS, Android, and macOS support for Taurus TLS. Ah, yes, that was another thing that Dave did was help out with that. And Kate Gogani says, thanks, Ian. How do you put £10 of stuff in a £5 mobile box? Yes, I get it. I was joking about you doing a mobile app, but you never know. Challenge accepted, maybe. But yes, JP, who does a Taurus project, is thanking Dave as well for his help with that, because Dave did contribute. He contributes towards all sorts of stuff. He's another one of these MVPs where other MVPs respect them. And that's a sign, because there are not really any MVPs that I would say are duffers. How can I put this without being too rude? I don't think there's anybody there that doesn't deserve to be an MVP. And when your peers among the MVPs think you're a good developer, then it's probably a sign that you know your stuff. And Dave is universally respected by the MVPs there. Okay, so let's talk about what's coming next. So I'm going to hide that QR code. We've got some giveaways. I've been told by Piganza that their link for the our link actually for the giveaway for Pascal Analyzer is broken on our website. They are now working that out. They're fixing it. Oh, in fact, one of my web squirrels says it is now fixed. So when you go to the registration page, it will actually work. Which is good. And if you're not sure where that is, you can go there. Don't forget, if you want to be included in the giveaways, and it's optional, you don't have to be, but if you want to be included in any of the giveaways from our very generous sponsors, including Steamer and Paganza, go to here and click on view giveaways, and then all the details are on there. And we're picking people at random. I'll probably pick some people later on. Not quite sure when right now, but a little bit later today. If not Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week, I'm going to put aside a slot just to do that and give away some more licenses. Very generous. So Paganza's one of them. What else we got here? Okay, this is a question I'm going to try and answer diplomatically. Any news on updating the Delphi Community Edition to 12.3 or 13? We're actually discussing this right now. We tend to be a version behind, but there is some discussion about what we're going to do, because we want the Community Edition to not be crippled, if you see what I mean. We want it to be something that people can download and actually get some value from it. And the thing is that Rad Studio 13, and in particular C++ Builder 13, really does do some amazing things for C++. And the version of the C++ compiler in C++ Builder 13 and Rad Studio 13 is incredible. And so Dave, if you want to post that link in Slack, I can post it for you. He's trying to post the links on the chat, but YouTube will just filter those out, unfortunately. So Dave, post the link either on Slack or join again and put it in the private chat. So yes, the C++ Builder 13 is probably the best we've done for decades, maybe, potentially. I don't know for certain, but certainly of recent times, C++ Builder 13 is far ahead of anything we've done. And so the discussion is exactly what we do with that, because the CE version has to have some limitations. Otherwise, people will just go off and use that and use it for their businesses, cheat on the licenses and use it for their work. And then there won't be any Rad Studio 13 Plus or Delphi 13 Plus or C++ Builder Plus, because we will go bust. We will go bankrupt. We have to pay people. I like to be paid, and so we are a commercial organization. We're not open source. We're a business. We do make a profit for our shareholders, but it's a long-term profit. It's not like they take massive chunks of profit. They do invest quite a lot of it into the R&D, And we can only do that if we are sustained by things like maintenance and licenses. So if we throw away the baby with bathwater, which is a British phrase, but I guess it makes sense to most people, and give a CE version that does everything that, say, the enterprise version did, we go bust. And also it's very difficult to maintain several versions at once. So picking the CE version is a difficult art for us to achieve. We do want to update it. We do try, and previously we've updated it every year. This time around, because there was a lot going on, I think we chose to extend the version that we had in for the people whose licenses were about to expire. But we're on it. We're having to think about it, and we'll have some news probably in the new year about that. But I can't say that for certain. So it is what it is. Dave has messaged me, I think, the link. There you go. Of course he has. Okay. So the link that Dave was trying to put in the chat, I'm going to click on reply here and put it in here. But it's this one. And if I put that up on the screen, you can also see it here. So it's github.com/Delphi Worlds/Castry, their Tree Master demos, ABL Sticky. And hello, Gustavo. He's joined. He's next in line, I think. Let me just check that before. Yes, he is. Yeah, good. At 1 p.m. He's so timely as well. He's in our green room. Nobody can see you. You're okay. I don't see it. Oh, he's waving at me now. Hello, I'm on camera. He's not. So, yeah. But anyway, Dave Nottage is that demo that he showed with the ABE sticky. Go there. Now for the giveaways, we've had some very generous sponsors: Mitov Software, mitov.com, Piganza, Nostiche. All of these, you can scan those codes and go to there, and the wonderful Unidac as well. We've got several others. All of the details are on the page. If you want to know what that page is, if you either just go and register at CodeRage.embarcadero.com and go on there, you can register. The only reason I need you to do it is so that I can know what your name is and your email address, put it in the list as you saw me do earlier on, and I will do later again, and then I'll pick you with a random number generator. And if you're lucky, then our sponsors will give you away some free gifts. And like I say, Steamer have joined the giveaway as well with some pro versions of T-Chart, which is an amazing product. Okay, so let's go on to the next session. Let me see what it is. Gustavo, who's a great guy. I've met him in person and had some hilarity, shall we say. For the longest time, I thought he was an MVP, and he wasn't. And so I made him an MVP, and he almost died of shock, I think, when that happened. But he's a great guy. And this is from Gustavo. We're just going to wait for exactly 1 p.m. before we make it. Otherwise, someone will say, I missed the first 2 minutes or whatever. So it's going to tick over any moment now. Ticking. Talk amongst yourselves. Say something for 30 seconds. Come on then. You can do it. 1 p.m. Come on, computer. Come on. It's like watching a pot boil, isn't it? Whenever you want it to turn over to 1 p.m., it seems like every minute lasts 5 hours. There you go, 1 p.m. Okay, so starting on time with Gustavo Mena Barreto, and it is first steps to creating a component in Delphi from idea to implementation. And Gustavo will be joining us live in the Q&A after the video in about 30 minutes time.
Hi everyone, welcome to CodeRage 2025. My name is Gustavo, and I'm here to talk about components. First steps to creating a component in Delphi, from idea to implementation. Let's see the agenda. When to create a component? We're going to try to answer this question, and there's a few answers to that question as well. Components that we use every day, yes, we use the same components every day, but I'm going to try to show you the behavior of these components. We're going to talk about the anatomy of a Delphi component, all the classes, all the structure of a Delphi component. We're going to create a component, a simple component, but with very cool features. We're going to talk about Open Tools API, a very powerful library of Delphi, who allows the developer to create wizards, menus on the Delphi interface. Very cool. And some final tips to conclude. First of all, a little about myself. My name is Gustavo. I'm an MVP Embarcadero, instructor Embarcadero, and also a content creator on Instagram. The name of the page is Force Coding. Feel free to follow me there. Okay, the first question, the first thought. When to create a component? And there's a few answers to that question. When a feature will be used in multiple places, when you need to encapsulate a specific business or visual rules, when you need to extend or change the behavior of an existing component. But there's this answer leads to another question. Reuse code or create a component? Which one I'm gonna choose? The answer is depends. Reuse code. You write a function or procedure in a separate unit. Example, validate if it has numbers. Whenever you need it, you import the units and call the function. Problem, you need to remember all the parameters, events, handling, where to put this function and when. And the other hand, you have the option to create a component. In that case, you create a class that inherits from an existing component class. The edit, for example, add the behavior on this component that only accepts numbers. Any new edit of this type will have the behavior built in. It generates productivity, ready to use in the tool palette, centralized maintenance. I'm not saying that all the answers for your problems is creating a component. Sometimes a simple function procedure will handle your problem. But in that case, creating a component is the best option. Okay, components that we use every day. T-button. Yes, we use T-button every day. 99% of the forms that we create has at least one button. It's a basic button for actions, simple but with useful properties like capture, enable, and on click. But this component is more than just a visual element. It encapsulates code and behavior. And about T-button, there's a fun curiosity that I want to show to you. Why doesn't T-button have a color property? Have you wondered why? The answer is simple. T-button is a wrapper for a native window control. The VCL button internally uses a standard Windows control, the Win API. You may know this unit. So this control does not offer color properties. It's designed by Windows itself using the Active Visual Team Windows Teams. Therefore, there is no built-in support for changing color or font.color. The short answer, Windows is the responsible to design T-button. If you want to use a color in a button, you need to use a speed button or a BTN button. Okay, just a fun curiosity. So then I want to show it to you. We have the T-edit, another very simple component that 99% of the forms that we create has. It's a text box for data entry, generates events such as such as onChange and onKeyPress, demonstrates that a component can handle interaction and validation. Okay? Two very simple components that we use every day, but they're more behind of these components, the behavior of these components. Okay, let's gonna talk about some anatomy of a Delphi component. We have this class hierarchy here. The object, the persistent, the component, the control, and the win control. The first one, the object, is the base class for all the objects and components and in Delphi. All comes from the object. The persistent, a base for objects that can be persisted, that is, objects that can be saved, loaded, and copied as a component. The class T component is the base class for all components. Non-visual components can be descendants of this class, for example, a T timer. T control, base class for all visual components, such as example the edit, the list box, the on the box. And T win control, it represents Windows-based control, that is a component that has a window handle and can contain other controls within. Yes, guys, there's a lot of other components, but the main ones is this 5 little guys here, okay? About the structure of a component, we have a constructor. The create method defines how the component is created. It can initialize default values such as colors, text, dimensions. Example, constructor create a owner component, override as well. We have some properties as well. These properties are the attributes exposed in the object inspector, such as example property myColumn. We have some methods as well. These are the actions that the component can perform. Examples, show, hide, execute. You can create public methods to provide extra functionality. We have the events. Events are methods that the developer can attach to their own code. Technically, they are properties of the procedure object type. Classic example is onClick. Okay. To create this component and be allowed to any developer using Delphi, we need to register this component in Delphi. For a component to appear in totality, it needs to be registered. This is always done in a procedure called register. So we need to use this block of code, register components, and the first parameter is the tab where will appear the component, and the second parameter is the name of the class who represents our component. Okay? Okay, it's time to create a component. To do this, we need to go in Delphi and file new package Delphi. And we're going to create a class who represents the component. And when it's all done, we're going to install the package. We're gonna see a component in Delphi. It's gonna be the T-Rich edit highlight. Delphi for default has a T-Rich edit, but we're gonna create another component, T-Rich edit highlights, who has a new features, new functionalities. These components inherit from CodeRage edit and leverage existing features. All the features that CodeRage edit has, this new component is going to have as well. But the new feature is going to be, it highlights certain keywords such as begin and procedure in class in red and bold, simulating a mini syntax highlight. Encapsulating behavior, any form using this component we will already have the functionality ready. So let's go to the Delphi to see how this component works. So here in Delphi, I already created our component. It's called package reach edit highlight, and contains only a single unit. Let's see how it works, this component. Okay, the class here, CodeRage edit highlight, inherits from CodeRage edit, and we have some fields such as keywords, updating, auto-highlight, hide color, some procedures as well that I'm going to explain later. A procedure change, override, the constructor and destructor, and we have here 3 properties. These properties we're gonna appear on the object inspector, and to do that this property needs to be published. Keywords, type T strings, the main keywords of this component. Auto highlight, it's a Boolean property to set if his highlight is on or off. And highlight color, type T color. We're gonna change if you want the color of the highlight. Okay. The procedure register components. The first parameter is the tab that will appear in our component, my components, and the class CodeRage edit highlight. Okay. In the constructor, I create EF keywords and set the default keywords here. Begin and procedure class. So when you use the first time the component, these are the default keywords. The property auto highlight is going to be true, and highlight color for default is going to be red. And these other properties here, update, word wrap, is for control of the component. On the destructor, we're gonna clear F keywords. This another procedure at set keywords, who's gonna, if you want to add another keywords in the component, this procedure will do the job. We have the change, and this line here is very important to not interfere in this line here. So because the component states cannot be in loading or handle allocated. So because therefore it's going to be error in this map here. So this is very important. The procedure do highlight, and this is the main procedure, the main method. If updating, then exit. If not handle allocated, then exit. Save actual selection. These properties right here is the properties that comes from the t-read edit. Okay? Loop line by line. And these properties as well comes from the t-read edit. A loop on f keywords. If he finds the keyword, we're gonna set the color f high color. We're gonna set as fs bold. And again, all these attributes here comes from, let's see what class, the custom read edits. So yes, in order to create a component, a t-read edit highlight, we need to understand how it works, a t-read edit. Okay, comes from here, VCL column controls. In the end, restore selection right here. Okay, and that's it. It's not very complicated. You need to understand a little about this guy right here. After all done, you can install the component. I already installed this component right here. So I'm gonna change here from another project. This is an empty form, and I'm gonna search our new component right here. Here, my components, they reach edit highlight. Okay. Just edit to a line right here, our client. Okay. And let's see the three properties that we create. The first one, auto highlight, true as a default. The next one is keywords, the strings type, and the keywords, the default keywords, begin and procedure class. And there's another about the color. Let me see if I can find it here. Highlight color. For default, red. Okay, let's execute this project and see how the component works. As you can see, all the keywords are highlighted. Okay, and so on. In other words, dot. Very simple component and very simple to implement, but it gave, I hope that this component gave the main idea of creating a component. It's not that difficult, okay? And we can change the color if we don't like. Blue, for example. Change. Okay. And we can set as false the out highlight property. don't want highlighted for whatever reason. See? Very simple, but has a cool feature here. Okay, let's go back to the slides. Now let's talk about OpenTools API. OpenTools API is a library that Delphi provides to allow you to interact with the IDE itself, the Delphi interface. With it, you can create experts, wizards, tools, and plugins that enhance or automate IDE functionalities, such as new menus and buttons. Some examples of Delphi experts, components, and tools that OpenTools API uses are CNPack, one of the most famous free and enhancement packages for the Delphi. Includes refactoring, snippets, custom menus, and much more. It's very cool. G-Experts, another popular free plugin package with quick navigation, code templates. And we have a commercial tool. It's Model Maker for code analysis and navigation, refactoring, and class management. There's a wizard to create class. It's a lot of fun and increase the productivity a lot. In OpenTools API, is based on component object model interfaces, and you generally work with Delphi interfaces such as IoTA project represents a Delphi project. IoTA editor represents an open source code editor in the IDE. IoTA module represents a module unit of the IDE. IoTA menu wizard allows to create menu items. IoTA project wizard creates new projects by wizard. This interface allows us to read, modify, or create IDE content dynamically. Okay, and I'm gonna show you an example as well of OpenTools API from one of these interfaces. It's gonna be IoTA menu wizard. Let's go back to Delphi. Here I have my wizard, a package that I create to use OpenTools API. Contains only a unit class my wizard. Let's see. In uses, here we have the unit tools API, which contains the interface that I mentioned before of the OpenTools API, and we're gonna use some menus, so we're gonna need this unit of VCL as well. So I create here a class my OTA wizard, and comes from this interface right here, IoTA wizard. Okay. Have some private fields here, F menu item, and a procedure represents the on click on the menu. Some constructor and destructor, and some functions that we're gonna need to implement that comes from the interface, such as get an ID string, get name, get state, and another function as well, execute. Okay. In the constructor here, we're gonna create our name. We're gonna need these two variables here, main, and tools menu item. Okay. In the main menu, we're gonna need this line here, borrow IDE services as NTA services, main menu, tools, menu item. We're gonna need this line to find one of the Delphi's menu that's tools right here. If assigned, if he finds tools, we're gonna create a menu in that F menu item, create the caption of my menu, CodeRage 2025, and the procedure on click, the event, right down here on the menu. And tools menu item, we're gonna add this menu right here. Okay. Under the structure, we're gonna clear the F menu item. These other methods over here, just for example, show message, matter, get ID string, Embarcadero, get name, Gustavo, get state, enable. In the click, we're gonna show some message, but we can do whatever you want here. We can create another form, whatever. And to register this menu, we're gonna need this method right here, register package wizard. And my class, my OTA wizard dot create. Okay. Very simple as well. Of course, if we need to do something more complex, we're gonna need some more units, more lines of code. But this is just to for you guys to understand the main idea. Okay, I'm gonna stop. Okay, and if we see on the menu tools, you will be CodeRage 2025. And if I click here, it's going to show the message with the CodeRage 2025. Okay. Very simple, but very effective. CNPack uses this a lot. So we get the main idea how these components works. Okay. Let's go back to the slides. Okay, some final tips to conclude. Final tips about components. Study the class hierarchy of existing components to understand their behavior. You need to study this class of the component that you want to create a feature. Start with something simple, create a property, an event, and so on. Use your imagination as well. See if you have a problem, and maybe a component will resolve this problem. Okay? And some tips about OpenTools API. The OpenTools API changes between Delphi versions. Embarcadero updated this library a lot. So consult the tools API .pass file for the specific version. Avoid using deprecated interfaces, okay? And test on multiple versions if your expert is distributed for third parties. So you always have to check the library of your OpenTools APIs if it's still working between versions of Delphi of your expert. So that's it. That's my final tips about components and OpenTools API. I hope you like it. Thank you very much for your attention, and I see you guys on the Q&A. Thank you.
And Gustavo is with us live in the studio. Oi, tudo bem?
Hola, hi. Sorry for the
Hola.
for the weird audio, but I think the guys can understand and see the content.
I'll tell you something about that audio, okay? I use Camtasia to edit the videos, and so I put the subtitles using Camtasia. And recently, Camtasia offered an update, 2026. Great. I mean, I use it all the time. And they have a product called Audiate, Audiite, and it's quite cool because you can use it and you can literally edit the video as if it was a text document. And I've used it in the past, and I thought, you know what, for CodeRage, I'll use Audiate because it's a lot quicker. It gets rid of, when I'm doing a video, I go and it gets rid of all those and there you go. And the Audiate started truncating the video, cutting the video down to 20 minutes. I'd have an hour video and it would be 20 minutes long. And that was annoying. And I thought, well, I'm obviously doing something wrong. So I tried again. And yours was one of the first videos I received. And I edited it to try and improve the sound. Because as a couple of people noticed, you were on the International Space Station.
Yeah.
Going around, and that's why your audio was kind of weird. And that's the story we're sticking to, right? It did something weird, and I actually put in a support request to Camtasia, and they seem to be using AI technical support, who completely. I apologize to them if they're humans, but it was useless. And so that's a conversation I'll be having when I've got some more time with them. And also, I must hold this up to the camera. Do you think Kivian's watching? I'm sure Kivian is watching, right?
I hope Kevin is watching. But I'm sure if he's not, if he had a break, she had a break from her work, she's watching.
Right. Okay. If not, those of you may not know, but Kivian Emerim is very good at MVP as well. And Gus, you work with her, right?
Yes, we are working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So on her Instagram, there's Gus looking very weird as he's drinking the Yakult. He's like, and Kivian's drinking it as well. And I actually drink Yakult every day. And now look, that's not an endorsement. Use your brain, people, if you want to buy it. But I have to say, I like it. It's very good. It's a yogurt drink, or yogurt drink if you're British, and it's got active bacteria in it. It's supposed to be good for your insides. I don't know if it is or not, but it tastes nice. Right? Yeah, it's pretty sugary and good. So, yes, there you go. She is watching. Kivian Emerin, she says, let's go and drink Yakult together in Embarcadero and Gustavo in the next Embarcadero conference. Good plan. That's what we should do. Make sure to keep it cold, though, because it's a live culture. So it's good. You're getting some love from some of the chat room there, Gustavo. Einstein, who's an MVP as well, says, wonderful. This presentation opened a door for me to develop Delphi. I'm not quite sure what he's saying there. So as to dialogue with. Okay, well, I'm not quite sure what he's saying at the end of it, but something to do with Zigbee. Perhaps it exists or costs dollars or money. Okay, I think he's saying produce a component that talks to Zigbee devices, which is a type of Internet things. Actually, there is an answer to that, Einstein, and that is if you go to mitov.com, which is that barcode in the top right hand there, mitov.com. Mitov software, if you can plug it into the internet, Mitov have a tool for it. They've got millions of components and do all sorts of things. And we're giving some of this stuff away, probably some later today and certainly next week as well. And Aline, that looks like a familiar name.
My wife. This is my wife.
I thought so. Aline says it's good for your tummy. Yeah, it is. It's very good. I like it personally, but there you go. And so Patrick Premontan is saying it's to do with IoT and standard protocols. Okay, all right. Well, I really enjoyed that video, and quite a few people liked it as well. And Boyan says thank you, Ian. Hey, Boyan, you're the one with all the devices on that, and Boyan's given away a load of free giveaways, which we'll be announcing later. So, Gustavo, how are you doing now? Because last time I saw you in Brazil was 2 years ago, right? Was that right?
2 years when you made me MVP.
Yeah. So, if I need to explain to the people watching this. So, what happened was, Kivian does a lot of video recording. She's really good on Instagram, and I don't know if she does Twitch or anything like that, but TikTok, who knows? She's quite young, and you're all quite young over there. And they were interviewing me, and Gustavo was there, and we were chatting away about things. And he said, "Oh well, one day I hope to be an MVP." And I said, "What? I thought you were an MVP." And you're like, "No, all my friends are MVPs, but I'm not an MVP." And I went, "Okay, well I'll make you an MVP." And he's like, "What?" I went, "Poof, you're an MVP." And it was like being Harry Potter, wasn't it? It's like, ding. It is part of my job. I get to choose people that be MVPs. I have to say, up until that point, I honestly thought you were an MVP. So it's just one of those things. But your site, is it Force Coding? Is that what you use?
Yeah, Force Coding is my Instagram page.
Yeah, so because I follow you and I follow a number of others as well, and you're very good at doing a lot of this social media stuff, and that's what I like. Anybody that's putting out Delphi things on social media, you'll get my attention, people, because that's where we want to get. I think we get more people interested through that kind of stuff, and you do a very good job. Do you do that? There's another channel. Do you ever get involved? Delphi Navarre, do you ever have anything to do with those? I can't remember.
Yes, I know him as well. But he do lives on Instagram as well.
Yeah. And for those that don't speak Brazilian Portuguese, and I'm one of them, but I know that Delphi Navarre effectively means Delphi in the veins, right? In the blood. That's what it means. So, yeah. I mean, that pretty much sums up Brazilian MVPs, doesn't it?
It's good. We have this little community on Instagram to make Delphi stronger in that area of the social media. Not on YouTube and Facebook, but Instagram as well. We are very strong in that media.
Yeah, you are, and it is done very well as well. And not only are you strong in it, but the professionalism that you put into the graphics, the production, and all the rest of it. There's a whole bunch of you out there. Do you want to call out some of the names? Because the ones that are there.
Daniel Fernandez.
Daniel Fernandez, guy with the tattoo. Yeah.
Kevin as well. Me, Delphi Naveia, Landerson as well.
Landerson. Yes. Well, he's awesome, isn't he? Yeah, I think all of you, you do such a good job of promoting the language over there. I know it gets taught in some of the schools and colleges over there, and Landerson plays a very big part in that. And, if anybody ever feels like they don't meet many Delphi programmers, go on holiday to Brazil, get a visa, because I couldn't come this year because I didn't have a visa. We didn't know we needed one, but that's politicians' fault. But get a visa, go to Brazil. It's a beautiful country. I think it's fair to say you need to be careful and not wave your phone around in the dark back streets, the same as in London or Paris or anywhere like that, New York, Bronx, for example. But it's a beautiful country, and the people are very warm and friendly. It's also, and I said this 2 years ago when I did the Delphi conference, I really think Brazil is like the potential to be the next Silicon Valley. Yeah, because there's such a high standard of software development over there, and so much so, all of you MVPs, I said that this year the Spirit of Delphi Award goes to all the Brazilian MVPs, of which you are one, because you guys really do. Wow, you're a champion Delphi. You push it hard. You're very open and social about what you do as well, and things like that. I'm very grateful to you because it makes my job a lot easier as well. Yeah. So there's a couple of people saying the value of non-visual components to encapsulate your business rules and code is often underestimated. Okay, it's the perfect way to write unit tests for because of the separation of user interface and business code. Yeah, okay. So what they're saying is not only write components that are visual on the screen, but also ones that might be like a T table or those equivalent non-visual ones you can't see, and then you can put your business logic in there. I'm not sure if I 100% agree, but I understand what they're saying, and it's an idea. I mean, it's a good idea.
If I, in my opinion, it depends. There's no right answer for every situation that you might be challenging. So it depends.
Yeah, and actually with the rise of AI as well, I think that's going to be an interesting idea as well, because you need stuff inside your program for the MCP server and all the rest of
Yeah.
it to send out. Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks again, Gustavo. I really appreciate you coming on and speaking English, because otherwise we'd have to have a translator or something, or AI. God help us.
It's good to have this little chats because this allows me to practice my English. So
Yeah,
very good.
yeah. Well, when I go to Brazil, I still resolutely speak English, and so it doesn't help me at all. I hear Portuguese around me. I'm getting to learn a few words and a few phrases. So, but it's a language I'd like to learn. It's a Latin-based language, so
Yeah.
it's a bit like French and Spanish, but nothing like French and Spanish. It's just one of those things. But yeah, it's a great. I'm very fond of Brazil. I know Jim McKeith is as well. He's very fond of Brazil, and in fact, most of our team always, oh, Brazil's fantastic. But we do appreciate everything you do. You work very hard on behalf of the product, and the language is, creeping up that chart on TIOBE, and it's because of people like you. So I
Thank you
appreciate it.
for your nice words, Ian.
Yeah. Okay.
It means a lot.
All right. Well, thanks a lot. And I'm going to let you go, but I will speak to you another time. Have fun and say hi to all my Brazilian friends over there as well.
Thank you. Bye bye.
All right. Bye bye. So that was Gustavo. He is a great guy. Like I say, you can follow him. I did. Let me just see if I've got his website up. Yes, he was talking about OTAPI at one point, which is how I pronounce it, but OTAPI, which is how you talk to the editor in the IDE. And you can use these documentation here on the GitHub or at Embarcadero GitHub. There's a whole set of documentation on there that you can use as well. I have to drink some of my coffee for a moment because otherwise my voice is going to go. 5 days and it's held out, but the weather is awful here. It's been freezing cold, and I take the dog out at 6 o'clock in the morning. It's brutal. Yeah. There you go. Exciting viewing, right? But my thanks to Gustavo and all the others, and Kivian and the gang. They work very, very well. Coming up on the hour is Andreas. I'm going to ask how to spell his how to pronounce his last name. I know how to spell it, but I never quite get it. But he's just joined the green room as we're speaking. Right. So Etan is asking a question here. What's that? Non-Delphi users think that Delphi is old. They don't listen because they don't see big apps using it. Well, Etan, I totally understand where you're coming from. And there is actually a video that I did, I think in the 30 for 30 webinar series, and I'll try and find the URL, that talks about this. Because the trouble that we have is that we're too good at not going wrong. I know it sounds stupid, but it's not fashionable. And so people don't show off about the fact they're using Delphi in big projects. But I guarantee every single person watching this and every single person that will see this in the replays and all the rest of it, you will have used a Delphi program today. You don't know it, but you have come across a program that's written in Delphi, at some point throughout your day, I mean, if you've just woken up, maybe not, but at some point throughout your day, you will probably encounter a program written in Delphi, and it's very frustrating that at one point, I think we had a campaign years ago where we used to get people to put "made in Delphi" on the application, so that people would go, "Oh God, it's written in Delphi. I didn't know that." But we don't really do that anymore. But you know, I have a whole video that addresses this and a whole set of webinar slides and things like that. It's frustrating that of the top 10 languages, we're the fourth newest, most recent language, fourth newest. And yet people talk about it as if it's old. And I see what you're saying there, which is it's all well and good to say that, but pick a system that is using Delphi. Well, go and watch that video, because I literally list dozens, and there are hundreds and hundreds of apps where you're like, oh, I didn't know that. And we're actually going to do next year, because it's going to get a bit late once we finish this second half of CodeRage next week, because Christmas is coming up and all the rest of it. But we do plan to highlight some projects that you will go, I never knew that was written in Delphi, that are used by lots of people, because we get it. We know we've got some case studies, we've got some big names that we're encouraging to admit is the wrong word, but at least say that they use Delphi, or allow us to say that Delphi was used in their projects. You know, the Mars lander, it's up on Mars and it's trolling around. That was partially got there through Delphi and Interbase. Same with, you know, aircraft black boxes. They've been used. Tanks. The miniature world in Germany, which is a massive undertaking, engineering undertaking, but lots and lots and lots of different airlines and things like that. Almost half the airports you've ever traveled, the big airports, you know, there's announcements over the top that say flight 745 to Istanbul is departing from gate 3, group 6. Come up to the check-in point. Those apps are written in Delphi. TV advertising generated, nearly all of it in the United States is generated using Delphi apps. There are lots and lots and lots and lots of them. But my video goes into a lot of depth about those, and we've got some more planned, because we want people to know. And it's frustrating because there are big names out there who we would love to be able to talk about, and they say, no, you can't mention it. Ray Konotka was here the other day. He is actually forbidden from telling people who he works for. There's a reason for that, and I get it. I understand it's because they don't want to seem to be endorsing Embarcadero or any company, not just us, but any company, you know, Liaco or somebody like that. So they don't allow their name to be associated with the product. But all I can say is there are millions of people every year that are going to that particular employer and using Delphi applications, and they couldn't actually do what they're doing at that place without interacting with the Delphi app in multiple ways. Swiss railways and all sorts of different places, you know, big names, and a lot of them say you can't mention that we use Delphi. And sometimes it's like some of the banks, for example. I get it, I understand why, because if they tell people the technology they're using behind the scenes, if they say, oh, we use TCP/IP and we use WebSockets or whatever, then even if they say, oh, we use Amazon, then it can open them up to vulnerabilities and hacking and stuff like that. Sometimes there are rules about they can't mention it because they don't want to endorse an American company because they're French or Swedish or Swiss or something like that. I get it, but it is extremely frustrating. And Patrick has posted up the video there. There's a video link in the chat. And I don't think I can copy it actually. No, I can't. But it's too long a link for me to put up. But if you just go and search for who uses Delphi, there's a whole video about it, and we're planning some more, an updated version with lots more. I keep trying to go to people and say, please tell people you're using Delphi. Nicholas Wirth's lab assistant, the guy who invented Pascal. His lab assistant is teaching Delphi in one of the universities. There's another very big university that is using Delphi as well. And again, they're always the same. Oh, we don't, you can't have our name in the advertising because, it creates a liability and this and that. I get it, but come on, if you're using Microsoft would give you a ton of money and you would then say about it. I'm probably doing them a disservice, but that's how it feels. It feels like, because we don't do that, because we don't give away lots of free copies of the product that people are sometimes a little bit reluctant to say that they use our product. And plus sometimes people are worried that they feel like they're out of date. As Patrick says, simply search who uses Delphi on the YouTube channel. There you go. I've done my best. There's a lot of people out there, but it's frustrating. I get it. I understand, but what can you do? It's just one of those things. Okay, so we've got some more licenses to give away, and I did show you earlier on how we're going to do it. So what we're going to do is do the same as we did last time, which is going to go to here. Is this and this one here. So what other things have we got to give away? Well, if you have registered as of 6:30 a.m. this morning, and you went to, let me pull it up, either the coderage.embarcadero.com URL, this one. If that doesn't work, what it does is it redirects to here, blogs.embarcadero.com/coderage 2025. If you did that, if you went along and you subscribe, you put your name and your email address, and it's the only way I know of having to get hold of you. You can subscribe on YouTube, but that won't help because I won't know who you are. That's good. It means that we can't spam you or anything like that. YouTube will notify you when we go live, but it won't help us be able to choose you in this giveaway. So as long as you go and register, please, then we can pick your name out of the hat, so to speak. Now, the giveaways are pretty extensive. If you go to that page, it tells you what's available. Where's my mouse? There it is. Okay. So I have got some more licenses to give away. So let us do this and choose this screen and say share. And I'm going to hide the caption, otherwise it's going to cover up part of the page. So just to recap, someone did send me an app, and I'm going to talk about it on Monday, that would do this random range generator. The reason I'm not doing that is because, yeah, it would take me 5 minutes to write a Delphi app that would look cool and choose a random number. But if I do that, then someone's going to come along and criticize my code and say, oh, I made a mistake, or there's some non-randomness in the randomizer or something like that. So instead, what we're doing is we're using Google's random number generator, random range generator. If you want to see how that works, go to google.com and just type in Google random range generator, and it will come up with this app. There are 2,078 lines in the spreadsheet that I had as of this morning, and it starts with line 2. So the numbers that I'm picking are between 2 and 2,078, and this is for a 1-year professional license for DevArts Unidac product. So here we go. Let's pick someone. 386, and I'm literally just going down to line 386. And it is Daniel Zimmerman. Congratulations, Daniel. You have got a giveaway of a license from DevArt for a full 1-year professional license for DevArts Unidac product, which is really, really great. I'm going to now choose another one, which is a Visuino standard license with 1 year of update coverage, and that is from mitov.com, Boyan Mitov, who's always in the chat. And let's pick someone. Number 425. That's pretty cool. It's not too far away from here. Makes it easier for me. And this time I will remember to scroll over so you can see the name. And that is Del Murray. Congratulations, Del. You've got a Visuino standard license with 1 year of update coverage. And that is for Visuino standard. And where's my mouse? Hello, mouse. Hold on just 1 second. Oh boy, my mouse is really not doing very well. I can't see it at all. What's going on? Where's my mouse? Come on, mouse. Oh, here it is. Okay, I see it over here. So Visuino standard license for 1 year. And I'm going to give away another one because Boyan has been very, very generous. So let's pick it. Generate 1690. Ooh, that's nearly at the bottom. 1690. 1690. Ali Sadka 20. I don't know how to say your name, but I'm going to say it's Sadka. And you have got a Visuino standard license for 1 year. Great product. Can't say enough good things about Visuino. If you are into Internet of Things, it's a very great device. And as Boyan has given so many other things away, this is another Boyan Mitov product. And this is for a Mitov runtime license with source code. And that is line 245. That's, I don't know whether my brain is playing tricks on me, but I feel like we've picked that number before, but let's see if I'm right. 245. No, we haven't. Bob Miller. Bob Miller, you have been successful in Boyan giving away a Mitov runtime license with source code for you. And what time are we? Is it? Oh, I've got a couple of minutes left. And the next one we are going to choose. I'm going to do that next week, actually, Pascal Analyzer. And finally, we're going to go for another Mitov runtime license with source code. And then next week, we've got some other things to give away. So number 400. 400. As I said, these are the people who registered as of 6:30 a.m. my time this morning. David Baraha. I'm guessing that's how you pronounce it. And that's a Mitov runtime license with source code. Mitov software, some very good things in there. So good luck to you. Okay, so that's all I've got time for at the moment. We are going to do some more on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday next week, including, and I'll just make sure that I do save it, just in case anybody questions it. And I'm going to make sure I click on the save icon and not the Control S so people see that I saved it. And I want to just thank the sponsors that are sponsoring this. Those are DevArt software, who they are giving away the Unidac Pro license. That's up in the top left-hand corner there. Very good product. If you've had it before, then you'll know what it does. But if you've never used it before, go and look at that page. It's got some very cool stuff on it. And the other person who we just gave away some stuff is Mitov Software. And again, anything to do with the Internet of Things, Mitov is your man. Honestly, not just that, but digital signal processing and face recognition and all sorts of image processing and stuff like that. Not just Internet of Things, but other stuff on there. He is a cornucopia, a horn of plenty of things that you could ever want. And he's got open wire, which is a very interesting technology as well. Also, thank you to Paganza, who gave away a license of Pascal Analyzer. And next week, we're going to give away a license for Pascal Expert from them as well. Nostich, who have given away a eDoc Engine, your choice of eDoc Engine VCL Pro Plus, PDF Toolkit VCL Professional, or Document Studio Delphi Professional. We've already given those away, so they won't be in next week's one. And then the final one, I can't create a barcode because I've only got so many that I can create at one time. But Steamer have also Steamer.com. They've also got a giveaway as well, and we're going to do those next week on Monday. And Boyan says, and this is Boyan is, like I say, very generously giving away loads of licenses. And I know some stories about both Boyan and Paganza. Both of them got effectively robbed. And actually, I'm not going to call it robbed because maybe that's an actionable thing to say. They got impacted by the big credit card merchant who went bust. And Boyan is not a big business, and neither is Paganza as well. But both of them got heavily impacted by that. This is the thing that it's all very well in big business just folding over and going, oh, but it's people like Boyan and all the rest that actually suffer the consequences, because Boyan, God bless him, Boyan actually honoured every single order, even though he didn't get paid for it. He still honoured the order. I mean, Digital River, that's what Boyan says. Digital River, they effectively did not pay out any of the orders. That's my understanding. Go and Google it and find the facts. Don't rely on me because I'm not the source of truth here. But Boyan, I just want to say you are a hero, my friend, because I know how difficult it is if you don't get paid. And Boyan honoured those orders. I think Paganza also struggled very badly when Digital River went under. And it's the little guys, the smaller guys out there who took the brunt of that. And it's just not okay. And Boyan, you're a hero, man. Ready. And he's still giving out free licenses. I know it's partly that we're advertising what he's doing, but even so, that's the kind of guy that Boyan is. He's a great guy. He's a good friend of mine as well. But Melvin, wow, exactly. Go to his website and patronize what he's doing, because he deserves your support. Same with open source people and things like that. They, some of these businesses are not massive conglomerates. Oh, and actually, Cape Cod Gunny also said he switched from Digital River to FastSpring. I think it's terrible. I mean, I don't want to say anything too detrimental, but it's Google the news story and read up about Digital River. I don't understand the circumstances by what it happened, but what I do know is a lot of component vendors were hit very hard by that, and it's a shame. It's a tragedy. And Boyan said he swapped to FastSpring as well. Yes, nearly everybody I know uses FastSpring now, and it is what it is. Anyway, Boyan, one of the heroes of Delphi, but also has great products. He's not just a decent guy, but his products are good as well. So thank you to all of our sponsors. We will be talking more about them on Monday. I've actually got a session where I'm going to explain more about their products and show you what's going on. If you do want to be part of the giveaway, then you do need to go and register so that I know who you are. Because otherwise I've got no way of knowing who you are, and I can't trust internet comments because it's nonsense. People just say, "Oh, yeah, that was me. You just picked my name," and I'm like, "I think I did actually." But so the reliable ways, you register, and then at 6 a.m. in the morning, I'll get sent a spreadsheet with the names in, and I'll pick them, and it's completely random. I have no influence over Google for obvious reasons, and so their random number generator does it. And I will be talking about the application that someone wrote as well. Boyan says thank you. Hey, thank you, my friend, as well, because you need all the support you can get. I think everybody that's in this vendor. Anyway, we're a little bit late for the next session, and Andreas is actually sitting in the background in the green room as well. Now, this next session is a very interesting and well put together session as well. Andreas is also very, very active. And correct me if I'm wrong when you go live, Andreas, but very, very active on Stack Overflow. I think he's like one of the number one people on there for Delphi and things like that. That's how you know Andreas, probably, if you think, oh, that name looks familiar. He's everywhere answering people's questions. I know there's a few people like that, but Andreas definitely sticks out. But anyway, it's about 34 minutes, and Andreas will be joining us live Q&A after that. Watch it. It's an interesting video.
Algosim is an advanced mathematical software application for Windows. It's like an advanced graphing calculator. Let's try it out. Here we can perform simple calculations, such as 1 plus 1, which unsurprisingly equals 2. Or we can compute the sine of pi divided by 3, which equals half the square root of 3. We can use variables. For instance, if I assign a and b the values 2 and 10 respectively, then a raised to the power of b will equal 1024. I can also create a function. For instance, f is a function that takes a number x and returns x squared plus 1. Then f of 6 equals 37. Algosim doesn't only support real numbers, but also vectors and matrices. For instance, if I press Ctrl-Shift-V as in vector, I get the vector brackets. And now I can enter a vector such as the three-dimensional vector 2, 0, negative 1, and I can compute the cross product with -1, 1, -1, say. Or a matrix. Let's compute a random integer matrix of size 5, and the elements should be integers between 0 and 10. Here we got one. We can compute the determinant, or the trace, or the eigenvalues, or we can perform a QR decomposition. Here Q is this matrix and R is this, and of course A equals Q times R, essentially. And the point here, of course, is that Q is unitary and R is upper triangular. The syntax of Algosim is made to mimic very closely the notation used in ordinary mathematics. For instance, to compute an integral, I use an integral sign. So the integral of sine x, where x goes from 0 to pi, of course, is about 2. Or the integral of e to the power of minus x squared, where x goes from, say, -10 to +10, that's essentially the square root of pi. We can also compute sums and products, such as this very familiar sum, the sum of 1 over k factorial, where k goes from 0 to 100, say. That's, of course, the Taylor expansion of the exponential function at 1, so it's e. As another example of Algosim trying to mimic the syntax used in ordinary mathematics, let's try to plot a region in the plane. So we ask it to plot sine x to the 4th should be less than y, which should be less than sine x squared from -pi to pi. In many computer languages, this would be a syntax error because this part should be a Boolean and a boolean cannot be compared to a real number. But in mathematics you often combine inequalities like this, and this is supported in Algosim, so here we get a nice region in the plane. As another example of how Algosim mimics the notation used in ordinary mathematics, consider this small program which draws a two-dimensional surface in 3D space. First I have a rectangular, actually a square region in the UV plane, and then I apply a function to this region. This function takes a two-dimensional vector and creates a three-dimensional vector. So essentially I have a parameterization function and a parameter plane region, and then I compute the image of this parameter plane region under this parameterization function. And as some of you may already have noticed, this will plot a torus. But the Algosim language is not only supposed to mimic the notation used in ordinary mathematics, it's also designed to be useful for various kinds of computations. As an example, let's create a list of prime numbers. This notation is the set from 1 to 1 million. As real numbers with some predefined resolution. If I add comma 1, I explicitly set the resolution to 1, so 1 is the distance between consecutive elements in the set. So I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 1 million. And then for each integer in this set, I apply the prime function, which simply returns the nth prime number. So I get a lot of prime numbers, and now I want to obtain various particularly interesting subsets of P. So I want to filter, and the filter function takes a predicate, which is a function that takes a prime number and returns true or false. So it takes P and returns something. Let's denote by D the digits of the prime number. And then we may require, for example, that the sum of the digits equals the product of the digits. So here are the prime numbers less than or equal to 1 million, with the property that the sum of the digits equals the product of the digits. Or as another example, I may require that the sequence of digits is equal to the reverse of itself. Here, clearly, we only have the prime numbers whose digit sequence is the same no matter if you read it from left to right or from right to left. As a second example, let's load Alice in Wonderland. Can make the window slightly larger. Now we can extract the words of this text, and we can obtain the frequencies of various words. We can sort this array according to frequency, which is the second member. So the second member can be obtained by this simple anonymous function. And the minus sign makes sure that we get the most frequent words at the top. So apparently the most frequent word is the, followed by and, to, a, she, of, it, said, I, Alice, and so on. And we can try to plot this in a bar chart. maybe only the first 20 words. So here's a bar chart with the 20 most frequent words in Alice in Wonderland. Algosim is particularly suited for various kinds of data visualization. We have already seen a few examples of that, but let's focus a bit more on this topic, starting with two-dimensional visualization. So we can simply ask Algosim to plot a curve or other region in the plane, such as y equals the sine of x. And we can stop here for a moment and try to export this image. We can export it as a bitmap or as a scalable vector graphics image. But by default, this curve consists of discrete points. And if you want to export such a nice curve as a SVG file, it's better to use a polyline instead of point markers. So I will change that. Now let's try to save this. On the desktop, I can call it sine curve.svg. Sine curve. We see that it's a pretty nice scalable vector graphics file. It's scalable so you can zoom how much you want without losing any quality. And if we look at the source code, we can see that it's pretty nice code. And as we already have seen, we can also plot regions. And these regions may be defined by a chain of inequalities. For instance, here's the area below the cardinal sine square. Of course, such an image can also be exported as an SVG file. Again, in vector format. Algosim can also plot implicit equations such as x4 plus x3 times y plus y4 equals inverse tangent of x plus y. We can also plot curves specified by parameterization. For instance, will give us a nice familiar curve used in road and railway construction. Or we can plot any two-dimensional set obtained in any way. For example, we can take a square in the plane and consider this like a region in the complex plane and apply a complex function to this region. So the real and imaginary parts are mapped to, for example, x plus y times I to the third power and then convert it back to a real vector. This should give us a nice leaf-shaped set because of the properties of multiplication in the complex plane. As a final example of two-dimensional visualization, let's create a scalar field. So f is a function defined in the plane, returning a number for each point in the plane. In order to plot several objects in the same diagram, we need to give the diagram a name. We can call this one field. Actually, we can put this next to the console. First, we can create a heat map. The heat map function takes the field and the region we want to plot, say from -1 to 1 in both axes. And we can use light blue as the color scheme. In addition to a heat map, we can also ask Algosim to draw a contour plot. So these are the curls of equal value of the scalar field. We can also try to draw the gradient vector field. The gradient vector field of a scalar field is a vector field giving the direction at each point in which the field increases the most. And to do this, we can define a gradient operator. So the gradient operator takes a scalar field and returns a vector field. So f here is a function, a scalar field. And the returned value should also be a function, a vector field. It's a vector field in the plane, so x and y, mapping to a vector in the plane as well. The components of this vector are simply the partial derivatives of f. So the first one is the partial derivative f t comma y, where t has the value x. And the second component is the partial derivative with respect to y. So f x comma t, where t has the value of y. And then we can use this operator to create the gradient of our scalar field, which is a vector field. And we can plot it like this. But now let's have a look at three-dimensional visualization. A very simple example is just drawing a surface, a two-dimensional surface in three-dimensional space. And we can specify one using an equation in the Cartesian coordinates, such as z equals sine x squared divided by 10 plus y squared divided by 10. A very simple surface. We can remove the axes if we don't want them. We can also create a colored surface if we also specify the color of each vertex. And of course we can also create a surface by means of parametrization. So here I have a parametrization function f, takes two coordinates and returns a point in space, and then we plot the surface, which is the image of a rectangular parameter plane region under this parametrization function. As a final example of basic three-dimensional visualization, let's try to draw a Möbius strip with its normal vector field. To this end, I first define the function nf, which takes a parametrization function for a surface and returns the surface normal vector field. Then I first draw the surface itself, the Möbius strip, and then the vector field. As a more advanced example, let's create a word cloud of the most common words in Alice in Wonderland. The graphical user interface of Algosim is highly customizable. You can create various panels and then use drag and drop to move them around. There are a few predefined layouts, and you can toggle between those using the F4 key. So if I press F4 one time, I get a list of variables, a task list, a debug log, and a clock. If I press F4 once more, I get a full IDE with identifiers, task list, a list of windows, a list of visual objects, the console, the help browser, debug log, and clock. To give an example of a particular layout you may use in a particular situation, I have a program called uTorus, which I have now opened in the program editor. And you can see that the program editor is a text editor with syntax highlighting and optionally abstract syntax tree. This program will animate an umbilical torus and also highlight a particular point on the surface, as well as the parameter plane coordinates of this point. So let's run this program. And then we can put the actual surface here, for instance, and maybe the parameter plane plot here. So then we have our umbilical torus here and a particular point highlighted. And here we can see the u, v parameter plane coordinates of this highlighted point in a named window, suitably called parameter plane. The Algosim environment also allows quite a lot of introspection, in the sense that you can programmatically query and modify the environment. For instance, now I have a program called red, which will take all the XY plots and make them red. So if I run this program, you will see that all my XY plots became red. You may have noticed the built-in documentation viewer. This fully documents the Algosim system and all its about 850 functions. For instance, it documents basic functions like the sine or the inverse hyperbolic tangent, as well as language functions such as frequencies and sort and so on. It's worth pointing out that we have only scratched the surface of what Algosim can do. In addition to all the things we have seen already, we can also work with sounds, MIDI music, and images, for example. Using the documentation, we can have a quick look at the sound functions. For example, append sound. Or scale amplitude.
London, 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 London.
And a quick look at the MIDI functions. And an equally quick look at the PixMap functions, such as adjust HSV, adjust RGB, draw rect, and random scanline rotation. Now it's high time to look at the source code behind Algosim. Algosim is entirely developed in Delphi. No third-party components are used. I only use the Windows API and the Delphi runtime libraries. One benefit of this is that the application becomes rather unbloated, and we see that we have pretty decent startup times. And if we have a look at the executable, we can see that it is pretty slim. It's 19 megabytes. And that's actually all there is, because this DLL file, for instance, only contains sample data such as the text of Alice in Wonderland and various sample bitmap and audio files. The fact that I don't rely on third-party code also means that I get full control over everything and I don't inherit any bugs or quirks from external sources. Now let me just open up a few panels here. As we have seen, the Algosim graphical user interface consists of various panels, and the most common panel type is probably the text editor panel, which is used for consoles, documentation, program editors, and a few other instances. This text editor apparently supports syntax highlighting and stuff like block selections and multiple carets and OLE drag and drop. And of course it is also fully developed in Delphi. This is not particularly beautiful code because it's pretty old. I think I wrote the first version of it maybe 20 years ago. But it works, it works. If we try to close this console which we have edited, we get the confirmation dialog. These dialog boxes are implemented using the Windows task dialog, but the T-task dialog shipped with Delphi is rather verbose, and therefore I've created a fluent interface to it called task dialog message box. So I only need to write TD and chain properties of the dialog I want to create, and then I execute it. And very recently, this task dialog message box interface was added to Getit, so anyone can use this interface in their own applications. When it comes to visualization, Algosim uses a handful of custom components. For instance, the two-dimensional visualization control, which is used for two-dimensional graphics, such as this one. This is based on Direct 2D, so it's not plain old-school GDI, but slightly more modern Direct 2D, which gives me anti-aliased lines, for instance. And performance is pretty good. As you may know, it is pretty simple to use Direct2D in modern Delphi applications because the runtime library contains support for it. As we saw earlier, this diagram control allows you to export images as scalable vector graphics images. And this is using this SVG builder class that I made for this purpose. This also uses a fluent interface, which makes it very convenient to use. I simply have an SVG builder instance and then apply commands to it. The 3D visualization control is based on OpenGL, the Open Graphics Library, so it is fully hardware accelerated. So basically I need to create a vertex shader and a fragment shader and then pass those to the graphics card so that the graphics card can do its magic. Actually, I would say that Delphi is almost an ideal language for a project like Algosim. It creates native Win32 binaries in this case, and you get excellent performance and you get access to all the goodies on the platform, such as Direct2D and OpenGL hardware acceleration. I also make use of many Delphi language features introduced in the last couple of decades, such as operator overloading. Here you can see my record type used to store complex numbers. And you can see that I overload the plus, minus, multiplication, division operators, and so on. So essentially I extend the Delphi language with my own types, making them as easy to use as the built-in types. I also make extensive use of class hierarchies. Algosim is very much object-oriented. Here, for instance, you can see the class hierarchy of panels in the user interface. By placing code at the very right level, I get a lot of functionality for free. It's almost like the program writes itself. Similarly, the data types and objects used in the Algosim language are also part of a class hierarchy. And the functions of the Algosim language, well, they are too part of a class hierarchy. Let's have a closer look at this. In this file, I implement all the about 850 functions in Algosim. As you can see, each function is a class and they all derive from TAS function. And using a clever class hierarchy, I can save a lot of code. For instance, I have a lot of functions that take a date-time object and a parameter, such as add milliseconds, add seconds, add minutes, add hours, and so on. These functions all derive from a tTime1parameter function class, so that I can implement all these functions with the least code possible. I basically only need to map a pointer to the appropriate underlying Delphi language function. The Algosim help system is based on a custom markup language that I created for Algosim. And you can actually see the source code behind each page by right-clicking and selecting Show Source, or by pressing Ctrl-U like in your browser. If we try that here, we see the Algosim markup language used, with a header indicator, and here is a block of Algosim code that I execute. So I don't hard-code the number of functions and operators and build time. Instead, I use the Algosim language to dynamically generate these. An even better example of that, here I have a list of date and time functions. Again, this is not hard-coded. It would be a nightmare for me to update this manually every time I release a new version of Algosim. Instead, you see that the ASML markup of this file contains the header, a line of text, and then a small Algosim program. I obtain all functions and then I filter them. I only keep those whose category list contains datetime, and then I format them as a hyperlink like this and create a table grouped by 3 elements. The automatic build system of Algosim also uses these facilities to create the hypertext version of the documentation. Finally, something that's very important to me is quality. I don't want to make software containing bugs or quirks or anything. But that's not an easy task, and to help, I have added a system of automatic tests that you can run. There are about, I think, 40,000 handwritten automatic tests. And we can see these self-tests here. Unsurprisingly, this is a pretty long file. I think it's 67,948 lines. And here I have all my automatic tests. Anyone can explore the source code of Algosim for themselves because the entire source code is available on the World Wide Web. I should point out, however, that while Algosim is completely free of charge for personal or commercial or any kind of use, and the source code is freely available on the internet, Algosim is not strictly open source software. So it's basically ordinary copyrighted software, but absolutely free of charge and with all source code available.
You know, I see a lot of programs. I see a lot of apps. I see a lot of sessions, and there's very few that make me go, "What? What? What?" And I am. I mean, I don't think I'm the only one. Joining us live in the studio is Andreas Rejbrand. I asked him, "How do you pronounce your name?" And he says Rejbrand. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I pinned some of the comments, but it got to the point where it was getting embarrassing because everybody kept saying things like, "This is amazing! Oh my god, I'm blown away! Oh, it's very impressive!" One after another and after another after another. It's now I'm right in saying you are one of the top commenters on Stack Overflow. Is that right, or am I misremembering that?
I think I might be at least top 5 or something last year. But of course, I can't beat Remy and David Heffernan and those.
Well, some of those people clearly they're attached to a keyboard and someone's making them comment. But I've known of you for years and years and years. I've seen so many times. I've gone Google this comment, Google an answer, and there's you on the answer. So it's not just this, but now I think I know why you have all the answers, because it's just absolutely astounding. It's the weird thing is when people start off with that video, they look at it and go, oh, okay, it's like it's a user interface, and then okay, it's drawing a graph, and then that's good. And then bit by bit, it's almost like a kind of layering of impressiveness.
Yeah, I know, because I don't really like these YouTube videos when the caption and the still image is super awesome and clickbait, and then you click it and it's.
I try not to do that.
I try to do the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, I resist the temptation for us to go too clickbaity, but unfortunately, the world we live in, sometimes in order to beat the algorithms that reward horror and want to provoke you into being unhappy or very sad or very happy in ways you shouldn't. It's difficult, but yeah, I mean, it's that is quite amazing. And you know what? I think the most incredible thing as well was where is it? Because I mean, this is my comment here where you just dropped in. And by the way, I like quality of the software, so I wrote 40,000 handwritten tests.
Yeah, that took half a year actually.
Dear.
But I do really, quality is very important to me, and if I want to achieve that, there's really no option to a lot of tests. That's the only way I know of to ensure that there really are as few bugs as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. But even so, 40,000 is remarkable. I mean, that is absolutely incredible. And I mean, the people always go on about Rad Studio and issues and bugs and things like that. And there are hundreds and hundreds of thousands of tests for Rad Studio, but it's a much bigger product, more moving parts, and lots of different people involved. And I think that. As someone was saying, it shows that you've got the tests in and your stuff. You're a top commenter on Stack Overflow and that. A couple of questions. I mean, there were lots of questions that you answered as well. I mean, but more and more people saying, great product. Someone saying, are you a mathematician? You did answer this, but I'll let you answer that question again. What your mathematical background is?
Yeah, I have a master's degree in physics, but I studied just as much mathematics because I found out that was actually more fun. And then I worked a couple of years as a PhD student in mathematics, but I didn't finish that for personal reasons. And then I also have been working, I think it was maybe 3 or 4 years as a teacher in mathematics at the Swedish university. So, calculus and algebra and all of those things.
Yeah, I mean, and presumably, which is why you can make such a good representation of things, because you're like, yeah, this is this bit of maths. Whereas someone like me would have to go and look it up and work it out a little bit more comprehensively, I think. Yeah, it's a great product, and I think, you know, even there wasn't one single part of that. The more you went on, where it didn't just completely surprise me pleasantly and blow me away. I mean, the weirdest thing, I don't know whether it's weird, actually, that's not the right thing to say, but the funniest thing was when you were talking about the documentation, and you said, yeah, so I like to make sure that, you know, the documentation is accurate and up to date. So I wrote my own documentation system, and you wrote your own markup language. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not even based on you know, Markdown or anything like that. It's got its own syntax and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can include Algosim code, as I showed, which is very helpful in generating the documentation and keeping it up to date.
Yeah. Yeah, and it shows. I mean, it's very, very good. Someone said, so why did you start this project when there was other packages out there? You know, like MATLAB and a few other things as well. What were you hoping to achieve with it?
Well, I guess large part of it was simply because it's fun. You need to do something in life, right?
Yeah.
And also these other packages are much less free. They cost a lot of money, and personally I think they are a bit bloated. And I also want this very mathematics-inspired syntax, which I worked quite a lot of.
Yeah.
So a few things I wanted to do differently than MATLAB and Maple and those.
Yeah, I mean, what's impressive as well is the smoothness of the graphics and things like that. Even on that video, I forget what frames per second it is, but I think it's 30 frames per second that our video's at. But even if it was at a higher rate of 60 per second, you would see that actually it's extremely smooth. The graphics that you draw, that Mobius strip,
Yeah.
for example, that's very clever. I mean, you know, it's the kind of thing you look at, and it's the sort of thing that you know, Embarcadero should be saying, you want to see what you can do with Delphi? Well, here it is, and show this, and people go, wow. I mean, I remember when we were talking about you becoming an MVP, and you know, you were like, I want to make sure that, you know, before I do that, you're not going to make me say nice things when I don't want to, which is, you're not the only person to have said that. A couple of people have said that, and I've always said, what you see is what you get with me. I was a Delphi fan from day one, and I, you know, we've had people on here talking about other products and things like that. I don't force people to say nice things. If you've got something nice to say, great. If there's something you hate about the product, you think it's broken, then I'd rather you tell me than create a big fuss in some user group. But you know, that's the only, and you get a direct line to, you know, R&D and people like that to help smooth things along. But I respected you for that, because, you know, you're not the only person that said, I'll not just say yes straight away. Some people are kind of like, oh, yes, I'll be an MVP, without actually considering the kind of moral implications of that as well. And you know, I appreciate that. It's very good of you. One question we got, which I thought was interesting, was, can you share how you implemented your testing? Because that's a lot of tests.
Yes, and everyone can look at that because it's on the World Wide Web. It's everything is in the file selftest.pus.
Yeah, and the link is actually up there, Algosim.
Yeah.
I think I put a caption here as well. Yeah, and if not, they can, if they can't scan the QR code, if they go to algosim.org, and they can view it there.
Yeah, so there's no black magic or anything. It's just a fairly simple code. Even the test systems implementation is in this file, together with all these 40,000 or whatever tests.
And
So
you didn't use anything like DUnit or anything like that.
No,
You chose.
I for some reason I don't like third-party stuff. I like to.
No,
write.
I totally get where you're coming from. I've got some demo apps I'm showing next week, and I think one of them uses the charting component. That's the only thing in that app, because I'm the same. I think that when I'm demonstrating applications, I think if I mean, it's important for me to acknowledge the third-party components that are out there and show what they can do to people so that they understand what's available. But when I'm showing what Delphi can do, I think it's important that we're actually showing the code and the Delphi as it is on its own. So Richard Maley, who also asked that question earlier on, what are your unfinished wishes and goals for Algosim?
Yeah. To the next release, I'm planning to add graph theory support, nodes and edges you can connect, and also a lot of probability theory and statistical functions, and some language improvements. I would like to, instead of f parenthesis g of and so on, I would like to have a more fluent approach like list dot sort dot first for and so on.
Yeah.
So I have quite a few ideas for the next release.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, it's always good to have ideas as well to keep it fresh and keep you interested as well. And in who is can you share? I'm just trying to work out the question. Who can you share who is using algorithm in their Okay, I think what he's saying is, do you know anybody that you can think of that's actually using algorithm?
Well, I don't require any registration or anything, so I don't really know.
Yeah. But I mean, from what I can see, it can be used as a teaching medium as well, right?
That is probably one of the places where it would fit quite well, I think, yes.
Yeah, and someone here saying it would be great if Andreas could upload some or any code to GitHub so that the AIs like Claude Code can learn from it. Right, well, I'll point something out here. Stack Overflow had a big argument with some of the AI things because they were scraping Stack Overflow. And I believe that's been stopped now because one of the people who was on here only earlier this week actually was Dalia Prashnikar, who is a moderator on Stack Overflow. Now, I've done a session with her before where she talked about the use of AI. And the trouble that Stack Overflow have is they want people like you who actually know what they're talking about, who human brain behind it, answering questions in a kind of not an original way, because sometimes it's the same answer, every time kind of thing, but at least contributing towards the intellectual wealth of Stack Overflow. And the argument that they had was, first of all, there were lots of people using AI to ask questions and answer questions. And sometimes the trouble with the AI is that it's not very original, or it's completely inaccurate, or it's wrong. And they would much prefer people like yourself, number 5 commenter on Stack Overflow, to answer. And so, I mean, yes, they could get your code because I checked, and you can get to your code from your website. So it's entirely possible that Claude has learned from your code already and spied it. So, I mean, what's your thoughts on AI? Do you have a strong feeling either way, or do you like, oh, well, it is what it is? Or
my feelings about AI? You mean artificial incompetence?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
I knew I could trust a Swede to tell it like it is. Yeah, you're Swedish, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I'm not super impressed. I think of these, graphical artists and illustrators drawing pictures for books. I kind of feel sorry for those because, obviously.
My daughter did a 4-year degree, and she actually extended it for a year. She has a degree in Korean. She's American. A degree in Korean. She's 25 now. She's got a degree in Korean, and she swapped from Korean. She was going to be a translator, and she thought, I don't know whether I want to be a translator. I think that's going towards automated translation, and also Korean's not easy, when you're an American. So guess what she swapped to? Graphic design.
Okay,
and so after her very expensive degree was finished, because in the United States it's not cheap, as in many countries, she graduated and she went and did an internship. And the first day they introduced her to the company and talked about, here's our style, and meet so and so, they're the boss, and so learn how to make the coffee because you're an intern. Second day they sat them down and said, right, we're going to teach you how to use the AI. And that was the last time she worked there, because she said that, you know, you're basically asking me to program your computer to generate some art, and it's not art. You know, that was her job. And she's a professional driver now. She drives for Amazon, which is tragedy, really, for someone who's got 2 degrees, not just 1 but 2. She's happy. I mean, she's married, and her husband also drives for Amazon. But it's one of those jobs where it's a bit like the Industrial Revolution in some ways. You know, the weavers were thrown out of place by the Jacquard loom and things like that. And AI, unfortunately, you know, is destroying some occupations, and it's not entirely for the better. We do actually have human graphic designers at Embarcadero and Idera. They do use AI, but they still do a lot of their stuff by hand as well. So I guess that's a good thing. But yeah, it's I'm an AI skeptic. I think the opportunity for automation and assistance is good, but I'm skeptical so far of lots of things I haven't seen. And funnily enough, the next session is about AI, so maybe I shouldn't want to say. But yeah, it's good. And so we're reaching the top of the hour. Melvin, I think he's a bit of a fan. Thanks for the effort and contribution. And Boyne says, Boyne's no slacker when it comes to math himself, by the way. He says, I'm using it now. So already they've started jumping in there. And Kate Coggunny, who's been here every day, he did tell me a while ago he's semi-retired now. I'd love if Andreas had a book on the thinking process behind how to approach problem solving. Well, there you go. Yeah, it's, we'll see how that goes. I'm sure you've got other things to be doing as well. Well, Andreas, it's good to talk to you. I can't remember if we've talked before. I think we may have bumped into each other once or twice before. I'm not sure, but
I don't think so. Only text.
Yeah, okay, maybe. I meet a lot of people, and sometimes I mean, you're a fairly kind of unique individual, I have to say, just the same as I. And people meet me tend to remember as well. But you know, I do appreciate what you do, and I can tell you, as a developer, for many years before I became an MVP, and then before I'm working for Embarcadero, you have personally helped me multiple times on Stack Overflow. Some of your answers are really solid, good, useful answers. So even ignoring Algosim, which is a great tool in itself, your contributions towards Stack Overflow are epic and extremely helpful. And you know, from the bottom of my heart, from me personally, but also from the company, thanks for your contributions. We do notice and we pay attention, and thank you.
It's very kind of you. Thank you for having me.
No problem, and anytime, you're welcome. All right, thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
So what a guy. I mean, you know, I like the fact that as he goes through his video, he shows it and you're like, oh yeah, okay, yeah. And then he does something else, you're like, oh, that's unusual. And then he does something else, like, oh, okay. And then he starts going, and then you right click here and you can press this key and this turns into a full idea. And you're like, I'm sorry, what? And then blah, 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 and then there's like so many thousand tests, automated tests. Like, what? And then he does this, and then he does that, and he's like, oh, by the way, it's in 85 meg or something. But wow, I mean, I am left speechless. I knew he was good, and I have seen Algosim before, but whilst I was editing this video, the captions at the bottom, my fault, by the way, well, not my fault, but Camtasia's AI, not him, he didn't put those on. But the more you see of it, you know, as I was watching the videos that are editing, I'm like, wow, I knew it was good, but now I know for sure. I love people like that. You know, the great thing about my job is that I meet people every single day who I am challenged by. And as I said, one job I had, the job title was to be the smartest guy in the room. That was literally on my job description, and it was joking, but you know, quite often in business, I was the smartest guy in the room. But usually in this job, I actually am not, and I like that, and I like people looking at them and go, that is an unusual character. It's someone that you'll meet and you will not forget that you've met them, and they're truly impressive just by being themselves. And Andreas is one of those. We've had several of them on today, and it's good. Talking of which, impressive people. It's 3 p.m. my time, and coming up now, let me just get rid of that for now, is our next session. It's the final session of the week and of the day. And this is from, let me pull it up. We were just cruel about AI, but actually it does have its place. And I think it's one of these things like Marmite. It produces strong opinions, pro or against, and sometimes people are, meh. But actually, when you see it being used properly, actually it does achieve using the right hands with the right techniques, and you can have some very impressive things. Here's a guy that knows what he's talking about, and this is Dion Mai. This is number 4. Count them, 4 videos he's done this week. And he's in behind the scenes in the green room laughing away. But he's, what do you do, Dion? With four videos he's done. He is going for the record. He did it last time, but he's definitely no more now. You're good for a while. You can rest. He's nodding his head, bless him. But this is Dion Mai, and our final video of the day: integrating your applications with Google ADK Agent Development Kit. Speak to you in about 45 minutes.
Hello everyone, welcome to another session at CodeRage 2025, and in this session we will see integrating your applications with Google ADK, Agent Development Kits. So before we start, let's see a little agenda. We will see what are AI agents, what is Google ADK, and how we can use either the agents and the Google Agent Development Kit. Let's see in practice how we can use both, and let's get some insights. A little about me. I am Dion. I am CTO at Ever Solutions. I am also an Embarcadero MVP, and I am a control and automation engineer, and my company Ivra is a startup founded by Google for Startups program. So we develop products with AI, with embedded AI, and use AI agents every day. That's the reason that I choose to give this session to you, to share part of my journey using agents. For those who use, maybe we can exchange some knowledge, and for those who do not use, maybe it's a good point for you to start using AI agent, because we all think, Google, many other companies think that agents will become a larger thing on the next years from programming from now. So let's see running to see what we will see today. Okay, so what we will see together today is Agent Development Kit. Like in this case, I will just show you the interface running, and what this interface do. This interface provides access to a multi-agent system that we will build together. Okay, and we will specify each agent and the tasks and the tools that the agents must use or do. And like in this case, I using a sample financial advisor, where I can provide a stock number and stock name, and the financial advisor will look for that stock and see the prices, see how the information of the company is going, and will ask me about my risk attitude and investment periods, and then propose a trading analysis. I can ask other companies as well, and this multi-agent system use an orchestrator, use the tool of Google search, use a simple but complex structure to do this task, this multi-layer task, and the idea of this session is show you how you can implement this kind of stuff and use it on your Delphi application. Let's start from the beginning. So what are agents? From the start, LLM calls, we usually has some text inputs put over an LLM and give the LLM will give us a JSON output. If you are seeing the other sessions of CodeRage, maybe you will have seen the sessions where I talk about automation using AI, or the session where we talk about using CI/CD in your development. Those sessions we explain this concept of just call a LLM to do some job for us, and this is the most simple approach where we just execute some request on a LLM. LLM will provide a simple request for us. But this model has some limitations once the LLM usually can do only one task at a time. So if we want to that LLM do many things, it will not able to do it, and usually it will hallucinate. And for this kind of task, we must use a agentic workflow. Like in this sample that I showed you before, if we want to search for a stock price, search for company description, plan a investment strategic plan, and given formatted output to the user, for these complex tasks, the only way to do it is using agentic workflow. And to illustrate, it's like that we see here in this image. Think LLM as a isolate man in a room where it only has access to its own knowledge and cannot have access to the external world. So LLM alone does not have web search, does not have interactivity calls, so it just receives the request, process the text, and give us the output. Is isolated, is on a frozen knowledge, and can do only one task at a time. With agents, we have a different world. So once we give an input, the agent can search the web, can use a sub-agent to analyze the stock market, can use a sub-agent to call some tools, use other sub-agents to access external tools, and can do many steps, many as we wanted to the agent do, and only at the end of the process give us an output. This is the main difference between just calling an LLM or using a agent. And where we can use agents? Well, agents have a specific fit, usually for complex tasks, for tasks that has multiple steps, tasks that require tools like web search, translate, summary, conversion, tasks that maybe can be interactive, like we ask for something, the LLM gives us something back, we test it, and the answer does not fit, we send it back again to the LLM to provide some corrections, and LLM again give us the feedback. We also evaluate the results. So for this kind of tasks, agents fit well, and some tasks that maybe require autonomous decision making. So we have some process in our company, in our system, that can require us a simple decision, and this simple decision can be made by a agent in a agentic workflow. And where we must not use agents. This is also important because otherwise we are doing like our little friend here, using the Acorn Annihilation 3000 to just kill a acorn is too much, is overkill. So for simple tasks that only one prompt solve, we must not use agents. For tasks that has only one step, is also not a good point to use agents. For tasks like linked to CRUD operations, create records, edit records, these kinds of operations we can do very well on our systems today. We does not need agents for that, unless there is some very specific case. And of course, if we have a deterministic output, then agents also is not a good option. Remember that deterministic output also fits to the LLM. If the thing that we want to do is deterministic, LLMs will also not be a good option. Only variation things can be done by LLMs. So deterministic task will not fit well. And if we use for the other cases that we see before, perfect fit. So we will not overkill the task. We can, for this kind of task, just use our source code or usual methods. It will work well. Agent is not the new way to do all the things. It's the new way to do some kind of things, some kind of tasks, and probably tasks that your system, your company maybe does not have automated yet, because this kind of tool, task that requires probabilistic behavior, this kind of tool of process that requires probabilistic behavior, fit very well with agentic workflows. And let's see the ways to implement agents. So we can implement from ground up. We can implement our own way to call a agent, our own environment, and from scratch is a very complex task. I don't suggest you to go there, but is a possible way. We can use agent frameworks. We can use visual and low code, no code agentic platforms like 11 Labs. We have many. Even OpenAI has a agentic solution for us to create. We can use pre-built specialized agents platforms. So we have many companies that already sell specific agentic workflows. So we can buy that specific workflow with many previous agents. I think David is from JP Morgan or Bloomberg, I don't remember, but is a platform where we can do something similar that I showed you before. A agentic workflow will evaluate some investment assets for you, and they sell the agentic workflow. We can send a request to the agentic workflow and pay over the request to it. And we will focus more on agent frameworks, specifically on the Google agent framework, and I show you why and how. And what do you need to use agents? So a backend to hold our application or agents, LLM, because LLM is the brain of our agent, so we must use a LLM, otherwise it will be just a code, and code we can do in our applications. We probably will need tools. So implementing ground up is always very hard because this kind of tools in frameworks are already implemented, already working. We does not need to carry about that. And we also will need a client app or user interface, and in this case, our good, immortal, and irreplaceable Delphi. And what tools do you have from ADK? Just a simple overview for you. We'll go a little deeper after on the samples, but Google Search is a tool that ADK provide natively. Code execution, so we can ask to generate some code and run code and then provide the answer for us, like in some complex mathematic expressions, some other more specific tasks. The LLM can generate Python code, run the Python code, and just provide the answer back to us. So code execution is one of the extensions. Vertex search tool, Vertex RAG engine to search over documents. BigQuery, Spanner, and Bigtable tools also are available on ADK. Functions, so we can have our own preset of functions and provide to the agent, and the agent can give us back which function with which parameter we must call. We can have agent as tools, so we can have a preset of many agents that can work as tools for us. And we have also the OpenAI tools. So OpenAI has many tools and we can access from ADK. And of course MCP tools, so we can have all the model context protocols available we can use. In the CodeRage we will have a session from Daniel Fernandez, very good session about MCP. We'll have another that I don't remember exactly right now, but stay tuned to the CodeRage and watch this session. Maybe you will learn very valuable things on this session as well. So MCPs will also be available on ADK. And the types of agents that we will have on ADK: a simple LLM agent. We can have sequential agents where one agent run the task after another. Parallel agents, when multiple agents will run the task asynchronously. We can have loop agents where a agent will do a loop and call tools, call other agents, and will keep iterating over it. We can have just simple base agent, a agent that will serve us like a base class for other new agents that we can create. And of course custom agents where we can specify everything that we want to use in that specific kind of agent. So these are the type of agents supported by ADK. And what we must avoid? We must avoid super agentic monolithic. So don't build a super power agents that do all this stuff all at once. And this is not a good practice. Okay. Yes. Don't go over that. Always break your workflows, break your agents, keep it separated, keep it very specific, very arrow the functions that each agent must implement, each workflow must implement, so you will not follow for the super monolithic agent trap. And we can have even multi-agent systems. That is a new acronym that we call MAS, where we can have many agents calling each other, calling other workflows. We can have interactions between workflows of agents. The idea is that you have some specific workflow, and that workflow can act to you like a building block, and you will put other agentic workflows in the start or the end of each each workflow. So you will have a very large system with many agents calling each other, and you just need to care about the input information and collect the output at the end of the process, and all the agents will do all the workflow alone and interacting with all the needed agents to execute the task. And another very important thing is agent-to-agent protocol, other way to interact between agents. So in this case, we will not specify all the communication. Each agent will interact with another agent on the flow. So differently from like a simple protocol where we request coffee and we get coffee, that's the best protocol ever. In agent to agent, we will have like a contract where one agent will propose, another agent will respond, and these interactions can go back and forth for n operation times. So maybe the agents will stop at the second iteration, maybe they go to the limit that you configure, like 3, 4, 100 iterations, then stop, because maybe you get into an internal loop, so you must act on that. But the agent-to-agent protocol is not constrained. Okay, is very open, so the agent will do on the fly the communication. You will not interact on each step of the communication. You only will set the guardrails, and the agents will do the communication as they need it, as they think, at least during the running time they needed to do. So a little bit about the Google ADK. What is it? Is a model agnostic, deployment agnostic, compatibility with other frameworks development kit. So it's a open source framework from Google that we can use to build agents. There are many others very good, at least in our experience, but we will focus on this from Google because it's very simple to use. Again, it's open source. There are others frameworks that are paid or require some specific model to work, and this, as I said to you, is model agnostic. So any model you can use with GPT, with Claude, with your Ollama local LLM. So it will work with more than 200 LLM models. It can be deployed on your machine, on premise. It can be deployed on Vertex agentic system, and it can be deployed on containers on Cloud Run, GKA. So it's very simple to deploy it. And also it has compatibility with LangChain, with other frameworks. So in our experience, this is the most complete framework because it has all these great features that we are not locked in some specific model, some specific deployment strategy, or some specific framework compatibility. If we need to use Hugging Face, LangChain, very complex and good tools, we can use with ADK as well. If we go like Ollama Index or other models protocol, maybe we will have some limitations, and maybe we will not be able to do all the flexibility that ADK provide to us. And of course it is free, so we can use it without scare anything about it. We will only pay at the runtime for the server and for the LLMs, and only if we choose to deploy it in a cloud, and only if we choose to use a paid LLM. If we use to choose run locally with free LLM, it will work locally without we have to pay any penny. Okay, so why ADK help us? It implements, debug, and deploy agents. And this is one of the tools that we have when we use, like the screen that I show you at the beginning of the process of the session. All that screen, all that workflow, all that logs, everything on that workflow process is done by ADK. I didn't have to configure to code any of that. I just have to create my own agents and specify which are the inputs and where the agent will be specified and the params of the parameters of the agent. And after that, the agent will work on the flow, and we will have the invocation log, we'll have the control time, we'll have the events that occurs during our multi-agent communication. So in this case, the coordinator agent call a data analyst agent. We can see each and what event is happening and the order that it occurs, the errors that it generated. All of that will be able for us to see. And if we implement it from the ground up, it will be an enormous amount of time. Even with the tools like we talked previously, all of that will take us a lot of time. So using a good framework is a very important point on your agent journey. If you are already not in that journey, we strongly recommend you to use some framework, because all of this is already working, is already been tested by hundreds of developers. So we can be sure that only we have to care about our agents, and that is not a small job. Implement a agent usually is a very complex thing to do, but using a framework will help you a lot. It will make the job very more easy. And again, the screens, all these controls we have already implemented on ADK. We can see when are the orchestrator talking, when are the sub-agents talking. All of that is, we have visual feedback, so we can test it locally. We can then just with a simple command deploy the structure to a server or a cloud system. We can choose it and it will work as we tested in our own environment. And from our Delphi, how we can use it as well as a simple post request. It will answer the question for us, so it's very simple to use. That's why I choose to bring you this framework to talk about you in a Delphi session, in a C++ builder session, because for us, what we have to do, we have to understand the process, the workflow. We have to specify the agents that our workflow will need and the steps and the tools that the workflow will need. Then we must generate the agents. And after that, we just have to call it from our application. Of course, it is a simple job. It's just a API request. I think that many of you do this every day, multiple times a day. So from the perspective of just calling the agents is a very simple tool. Of course, the more complex thing is create the agents and also integrate that in our local workflow, because in this case, I just calling a agent. I not integrated this call to my current screen, to my database. So I know that step will also require a lot of effort, a lot of time. But the communication between our application and the agent is very simple. Just a API request and we are done. And to install it, we just need pip from Python. Okay, very simple to do it. I will not focus on the installation step. There are many manuals online. There are tools that you ask and the LLM install the tools for you. So I will not go deep dive on that, but just for you to know. Then we have to create our agents, and after that we just have to call it from our Delphi application over a HTTPS request. So define what we need: workflow, tasks, tools, and the steps. And then we have two options. We can create agents based on email files. So in this case, we just write the specification of the agent, and the ADK will create the agent based on this configuration. So we don't even need to know Python to do that. We just have to know email files or ask an LLM to create a agent based on our requirements. Okay, very simple step. Again, the generation of the YAML or even the Python source, if you choose to go to that way, you will not have any difference in performance or other things. It will work very similar in both cases. The more complex thing here is for you to create the workflow, select the tools, the tasks, the sub-agents, the steps of the workflow. That is where the trouble is, not the technology. The technology is very simple to use. So just create the email file with all the agents, the steps, the tools that you need, or write it as a Python code. Again, very simple Python code. As you can see, is basically the same definition as the email file. And either way, the agent will be running at the end of the process. We just ask the ADK to create the agent based on that specification, and the agent will be listening to a certain port where we just request over HTTP and give the ADK will give us the answer from the agents back. How we can create? So we will need two things. We'll need prompt and tools. And tools, like in this case, I just specified that for the market data analyst, we will need Google search. So we go there, write our agent, specify what tools. Based on the prompt, the agent will know where to use or not the tool that we provide. Of course, in this case, the prompt from the data analyst is a very complex, very extensive prompt. We can use maybe a little shorter prompt on our daily basis. Larger prompts are not sure of good answers, okay? We must search for the best prompt for each case. There is no simple math in this. You usually have to test, because in each case, in each task scenario, it will vary. Sometimes it's better a shorter prompt, sometimes it's better a more explained prompt. Sometimes we have to provide many prompt techniques to work well, like some calibration examples, some chain of thought. So that is not a certain science, okay? I will not recommend you go only for this way, because usually we have to see with each model, each task, which prompt will work well. And then we have to structure our agents. So like in this case, I will have a coordinator agent and a data analyst, a trading, a execution, and a risk analyst. And then we must specify how and which agent will talk with each. And again, all of this is done over the YAML file or in the Python code, but simple instructions. Okay, we just specify the workflow and say each agent and with a sub-agent that and how they will communicate. But the logic is this: we always will have a coordinator, a orchestrator agent, and this orchestrator agent will coordinate, will look after the sub-agents. Of course, we can have parallel agents, we have other structure, but the structure more common, at least in our experience, is this: one coordinator, one orchestrator, and all the sub-agents doing the specific tasks nested to it. And what we need: Python, backend, as I said before, and the LLMs. So let's run it. Let's see it running to see how it works. So here we have a sample. And in this sample here, I will select an image of a handwriting text. And this image will be analyzed by a agentic workflow. And this sub-agent workflow will give me the feedback on my writing. Okay, let me show you the structure here. So here we have it. All the source code will be available to you on my GitHub. You can go there and check all the agents, all the prompts, all the structure. And of course, you will need your own environment to run it. I will not provide the LLMs, the tokens for everyone to test it, but the source code is free. You can go download and test. So the structure is this. We have a orchestrator that receive a call from a API, and this call, as you have seen, has an image. That image will go to a text extractor, and the orchestrator will wait after the text extractor has done its job. The orchestrator will then delegate to the two sub-agents in parallel, the linguistic analyzer and the argumentative analyzer, and the orchestrator will give the feedback to the clients saying that it is working and it's already done the execution, but okay. And after each of these sub-agent finish the process, it will send back the consolidated report to the customer, to the clients. And as you can see here, we have the extracted text, and each analysis of each sub-agent from the agentic workflow. Okay, so this is a simple application. This application was generated by me and my wife because my daughter is in the evaluation phase of her high school, and we usually, like fathers, we we care about our children writing, but we usually don't have time to read each and every text that she wrote. So we developed this solution for her, keep it open source so anyone can use and learn from it. So my daughter can have in each test, in each text that she writes, a instant feedback on how her writing is going. And after we see that it worked well, we provide it open source so anyone can copy that. So in the Delphi application, we can see here we have a timer pool. This timer will be used to not froze the application, and this timer will asking the status to the orchestrator, and the orchestrator will give the feedback to the timer if the request has finished or not, and it will providing the step-by-step when the sub-agents are finishing their jobs. And at the end, When the is finished is flagged, the timer will stop and the client will stop asking for the status to the server agents. So it's a very simple loop, and all of the source code was generated by Gemini 3.0. And if you have seen the session where I show how I generate this client, is in the first session of mine in the CodeRage. You can go there and check if you have not seen. But if you have seen the session, here is the client running. So I just have to adjust some things, but the Gemini that generate all the source, all the structure for me here, accordingly to the server side structure that I gave to him. Okay, tweets. And again, just a simple screen that when we select an image, run an analysis, show the status to the user. So when it's running, give instant feedbacks, so the user will not suffer from latency. And again, is a good practice for you. Always separate these workflows, because when we have like 3, 4, maybe 10 agents communicating one between another, it can take some time, so the user will suffer from latency. Is always a good practice for you to generate a session ID, to allow user do other stuffs while your agents are doing the job, and only give the feedback, the notification, maybe a webhook. I also talked about it on the CI/CD session, so you can notify the user when the process is finished, and not ask for the user to keep watching the screen and waiting. And at the end of the process, all the feedbacks, all the evaluation are shown in the screen, so the user can take action based on the answer of the LLMs. Okay, and from here, well, we can, in many cases, we develop some custom components, wrapping all the agent communication. And if you want to know how to create components, we also have another session in CodeRage from Gustavo that will talk about components. Maybe you can go there and check if you never worked, or if you want to know more about components. You can check that session. Maybe it will help you. But in our case scenario, we in many situations implemented some classes, some components to overlap the agentic workflow. So from our application, we just call a component a function, and all the HTTP request, all the timer, all the thread communication will be done by the component. And as always, we have the component structured, and we can call in many places from our system. Even a old system like a Delphi 7, it will work. We have done that. So it's not a problem to call from a old system, from a legacy system. You can use, as hard as it's believed, you can use AI agentic workflow in a Delphi 7. No problem, of course. Better if is for you to migrate. And again, we have a session from Kivian that teach how you can migrate. If you are using old systems, maybe you can check on that. But it's always nice to know that Delphi is so versatile that even the old version can still working with agentic workflow, the most the most recent AI technology that we have this year. And from here, go to day-to-day use. Happy building. And thank you a lot for your attention, for you participate in this event. So here we have my email address. You can contact me if you have some doubts. All the samples that I show you here are on my GitHub. You can go there. Again, ask me if you have some trouble using it. I will be happy to answer. You can go to my company Ivra AI website and see what we are building with AI and our Agentics workflow. And like always, we are breeding traditional development with modern AI capabilities. So thank you, Embarcadero, for this great event. Thank you mostly to you for your expectation, and I may be here to answer all your questions.
And that was Dion. And Dion is, I'm pleased to say, live for the last time, I think. Is that right? Well, last time this
Is that right?
Not forever. Yeah.
Finally Friday.
Yeah. It's, oh gosh. Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you, I'm done in. I'm literally done in. I've been drinking Celsius, which is like a energy drink and coffee. And I was just holding my dog because my dog's he's had enough. He's like, I want to, go out and do stuff. And I was holding him up, and then I got cramp all of a sudden. My leg! It's like, oh dear. So I think my body is fighting against a week-long CodeRage thing. Next week we're only doing 3 days, so it's not so bad. But Kivian, you mentioned Kivian Emrim. She's a great developer. She's on Tuesday, actually, at first session, 10 a.m. my time. So, Power of Legacy Software and How to Modernize Without Fear. So, she'll be around. I'm going to put the QR code up in the top right hand corner again, which is up there. That's Dion's site. And how do you pronounce it? Ivra? Is that right?
Ivra, yes. Yeah,
there you go. Wow, I speak fluent Brazilian Portuguese now. So, as you know, it's easy, really. But I want to thank you. And by the way, there's quite a few people stuck it out towards the end. We get way more people watch on the replays. Live, it just depends on what time of day it is. But I think it's like 2,500, 3,000 people watch on the replays and stuff like that. So it's pretty good. But one person has always been around for the last few is Forza One Dev. So thank you very much, Dion. And also, Patrick was very impressed that you check your daughter's tests using agentic AI, which I thought was hilarious, actually.
Yes, that ideas became because my wife is a researcher at a Brazilian university, and over there they are using AI to do this kind of stuff. So every time that my daughter asks, she said, "Oh, can you please automate this?"
Yeah, I like
"No,
that.
sorry."
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, and he says, thanks, Dan. A lot of things in 4 hours to think about before practice. Yes, exactly. And how old is your daughter, by the way?
She is 15, 15, 15 years old.
15?
Yeah.
What, really? Oh, you don't look old
Really?
enough to have a 15-year-old daughter, dude. Oh, seriously. Yeah, I thought she was like little,
No, no, she's
Oh, okay. Oh, so then you
about my
really do
size.
need to do AI checkup of her work. Yeah, it's not so bad when they're younger, but yeah, that's funny. Patrick is struggling with the phrase "daughter text tester." Yeah, he says it's like a tongue twister. It's. I think he's right, isn't he? Daughter text tester. It's not easy for me either. So hard to say. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Well, look, Dion, thank you so much for the effort you put in. You did great presentations. You're also one of these professional guys who does it exactly the right amount of time as well to fit in with an hour. I like that. Kevin Bond's one was great, but it was 2 hours to fit into a 1 hour slot we'd put aside for him. I'm like, okay, we'll work it out. But sometimes people always drop out from time to time, so it's never a problem. But yeah, thank you. So you're off to do what now? It's the weekend, right, for you coming up, I imagine?
Yeah. Now I will sleep because now 4 sessions it took me some time.
Yeah.
But Ian, before I go, I really want to thank you. I know that many people are not watching now, but from the
They
bottom of
will.
my heart, from the bottom from a Delphi developer, you have done so great job really thank you. And of course, my job now at my company is more like contracts and business and other kind of stuff. But I still love to do code wherever I can. But I'll always be here because of you, because you did some amazing job. It's very nice to see Delphi back on the top of the lists, and no one will try to learn something that they are alone in the room. Everyone want to use a technology that everyone is using.
Yeah.
So for you to put the Delphi again on the top, I know that many people are involved in this job.
Teamwork.
Many
Yeah.
people came before and help it, but it's amazing to see how fast Delphi grows in that list with your job. So bottom of my heart, my sessions has gone. So I'm not saying this because I want you to.
I get it. Yeah, you're not getting favourites as well. I understand. You know,
Yeah.
I want to thank you, but you know, it's people like you, because all I do is I sit here, I play the videos. I know, I do my thing as well, and you know, Jim and David, we were all talking together, and I think I don't want to get emotional, but you know, the other day, David I said. I was saying to him what a great guy is. David I is an inspiration for most people, and he said during the session when I was talking to him, he said, "You know, we did this, we did that, but you talking about me." He said, "You really took it to the next level," and I don't think, you know, it's very easy to um you know, to at my age to be surprised by anybody saying something, but for someone like him who is a legend, you know, he's really to compliment me. It took me aback a bit. You know, I'm like, oh my words, you know. Okay, but I mean, I do what I do, but let's be clear. There's a whole product research and development department, Marco and all the others. They do the products. You know, they put it in. I just talk about it. I know I do a reasonable job at it, otherwise I'd be fired. But you know, I was a Delphi developer from day one, and I love the product, and I genuinely love the product, not just because I've got the name Embarcadero on the shirt. I always loved it, and I always say one day maybe I won't be working for Embarcadero, and I want Delphi to still exist. And so I want it to be. I think it deserves to be more widely adopted than it has been, and it's we're getting there. It's a slow hill, but it is working. And everybody like you, all the MVPs, all the people that have contributed towards CodeRage, because there's 50 odd of them, and the team that do the social media. Like I always thank them on the final day of CodeRage. But Barbara and Hagop and April and Martha, who is crazy how hard she works, and Ben, you know, our GM and all the rest of it. It is a team effort. And you know, Alex, I was just talking to Alex, our graphics designer. He's Brazilian, by the way, and I was talking. Of course, he's Brazilian. Everybody good is Brazilian, right? And I was saying to him, "Wow, I'm tired. I'm done now. I need the weekend to recover." He's like, "Me too." That guy has been producing all the graphics for the emails, for the advertising, for the website. Yes, he does use AI to help him, but he's still got to get it there in the first place.
Yes.
What to do and all the rest of it. You know, he is. Someone saying I've had many people patting me on the head. Yeah, whatever. It's not. It's ripping my hair out as a developer. That's what it is. But you know, Alex is tired, because he should be, because he has been working flat out. But he's not the only one. There's loads and loads of people, Simran and names that nobody knows, who work behind the scenes and get these things ready. And I admire every single one of them. There's not one person in Embarcadero who I don't think is worth it. They're great people, and people like you make our job worthwhile. So thank you. Anyway, we got enough of that. Let's go back to hating on, I don't know, Visual Basic or something.
Yeah, it's Friday. Let's be happy.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Dean, and thanks for all the effort and all your friends as well and colleagues and stuff like that. Because Gustavo and Kivian, you know, you're all coming out of the woodwork. Going, hey, yeah, we'll do stuff for CodeRage. So you know, I appreciate it. All right, and say hello to your family and your poor daughter, who you are now testing by AI. My daughter's 25, so she's probably not testable now, but you know what it's like. All right. Well, thanks a lot, my friend.
Soon the next generation will come.
Oh yeah. Well, my daughter claims she's not going to have children, but we'll see how that works out.
I'm
Because
changed.
Mother Nature has a way of going, "Hello, time to have a child." You never know. I'm not forcing her into having children. Please, don't. But at the same time, yeah, I know a lot of people, friends that have said, "Oh, I'll never have children," and all of a sudden, that's all they want. So, I personally, I would suggest getting a dog. They're a lot easier. So,
More simple.
yeah. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Dean, and I'll see you around
Thank
in
you.
another event sometime. All right, and maybe in Brazil next
Bye.
time. I'll get that visa ready so
Yeah,
that
please come to
Yeah,
Brazil. You must see Gustavo playing the drums. Gustavo is a very good player. Is the next Phil Collins from Brazil.
is
You
it?
must see a show from him. It's unbelievable.
Oh, that guitar there. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
think
I
of
can play
it.
drums. I've got bongos in the background there. You see these bongos here? I can play the bongos pretty good. So yeah, guitar. I don't know. It takes brain power, and at my age, you don't want to think once you stop working. You just relax like that and go, "I've had enough. I'm done." All right. Well, thanks a lot, my friend, and I'll see you again soon.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Bye.
That was Dion Mai, who is he's always like that. He's always super upbeat and friendly and happy. He's a nice guy. And Stefan, you're still sticking around. Well done to you. Thank you for that. It's like 9 or 10 at night for him, I think. Great job, Dion, and all the rest. And great job, Stefan, as well. I fully agree with what he said. Delphi works. Yeah, it totally does. And it's annoying that people don't realize it. Patrick said it's like the online Brazilian conference. Now, there's an idea. Oh, maybe we should do a Brazilian conference anyway, or French conference as well. There's quite a few French people out there, and Danish. The Danes, I mean, come on. Who invented Delphi? A Dane, and C++ and all the rest of it. But anyway, thank you very much to everyone that stuck it out, and people talking about Turbo Pascal in the chat and all the rest of it, and various other people saying thank you for this week of sessions. See you in the next week. Yes, we are back on Monday with more giveaways. I've got some admin to do after this to make sure we can email people. But thank you to all of you for watching. We get several thousand over the course of the next week watching the replays and things like that. Bruce's Canadian conference now. There's an idea. I could even get to Canada. Theoretically, I could drive there, but I don't know. Patrick says he doesn't have enough personalities for a French conference, but he has a lot to say. We shall see, Patrick. But yeah, it is what it is. I mean, I like these events and people value them, which is great, and I'm very happy about that. There is a benefit to the company, of course, but also, it's a community event as well as an educational event. There's not one single day where I haven't had a session where I've gone, "Wow, I didn't know that." I mean, Andreas Rejbrand's demo, I was speechless. It takes a lot to stop me talking, but to see his demo was just people like that. They just carry on. They're quite quiet people, and he's not like super loud or anything like me. He just chugs away, and then he does this something quite incredible with Algosim and stuff like that. And he's not the only one. We've seen AI stuff, vibe coding from David I, no less. 2 sessions from Jim McKeith. It's just lots and lots to watch, and more to come next week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday next week, and some more giveaways and stuff like that. Don't forget, if you haven't done it already, if you're watching this on the replay and it's before Tuesday, because of the logistics of it, then you need to go to coderage.embarcadero.com and register. I need your name and your email address. It's optional. You don't have to do that, but it's the only way I've got of picking people at random and sending them one of the giveaways. We've got quite a few giveaways left, and Steamer have just given us a whole pile of things as well. Steamer's Pro Chart is really something amazing. I'm going to show that next week, probably on Monday. And Unidac as well. I'm going to talk about their things. We're going to talk about Boyan's things and show his stuff as well, because Boyan is a spectacularly competent programmer, and his things are really good. Anyway, that's it from me. I'm going to go and take the DOG for a W, because he's lying down snoring behind me, but he was making a fuss earlier on. I will see you all next week on Monday. Same time, 10 a.m. US Central Time, 4 p.m. UTC/GMT. Until then, thanks very much.